Yeah, it is live. It's live. I've got confirmation.
And it's working now.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Don't talk. and alrighty, welcome. This is the VS Gaming Championship weekend. I'm Greybeard, alongside me is Marcus, and this is the final, just about a whole year's worth of play to find ourselves at this point. The finals here live at Comic-Con. Triple M. It's been an interesting morning getting ready, but we're here and we're live now, so we're strapped in. This roller coaster is running.
We absolutely are, and it's an emotional roller coaster because there's just so many narratives, so many teams that have made it this far, a couple of teams that we've seen before last year at Comic-Con, and a couple of new faces, so I'm pretty excited for this weekend overall.
I think it's good. I want to check one thing. Can everybody hear out there? Excellent! Fabulous! What? Louder! All right, we'll sort out the louder in a moment. Okay. Maybe I could just jack it up here. What if I do that? Is that louder? All right, it is what it is. We're rolling now. Okay, so we have 2 days of Rocket League. 10 teams have come here to compete in the finals. We have the VS Championships, but we also have the High School Championships. That's going to be happening tomorrow. Today, 8 teams playing in the quarterfinals today. Well, there were supposed to be 8 teams. As it turns out, there's 7. We'll get to that in a moment. But 4 quarterfinal matches today, all of them best of 5. Tomorrow, we have the semi-finals and the grand finals, all best of 7. And maybe, Marcus, take us through one of those quarterfinal matches not happening today.
Yeah, so XD Gaming obviously were meant to play Red Crown. They couldn't pitch up, unfortunately. So XD Gaming get a bye, and in all honesty, a lot of people would have pinned XD Gaming to be the favorites in that game anyways, had it happened. So it was a tough one for Red Crown, but it's unfortunate to see them not show up and XD get a free bye, which, you know, it gives them a good chance of actually claiming this title tomorrow.
Well, I guess the easy thing to say is that it's probably XD would have been the favorites anyway. Would have been an upset if Red Crown had beat them. So maybe the right result. It's unfortunate that we're not going to see them play here today. But we do have the other 3 quarterfinal matches today. And first up, we're going to be having Unity
and Monarch.
Unity and Monarch.
Yeah.
But before we get to talk about that, we should talk about the other 2 matchups happening today, because of course we have Fusion here. We have
Bird, WRG, and Nixa as well.
So Nixa, now the big teams there, WRG and Nixa. I mean, we would be expecting those teams to be making it through, or...
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Nixa and WRG playing against each other.
So one of them won't.
Yeah, so WRG being the defending champions, they are going to have a tough road ahead of them to defend their title. On the other side, Nixa, a team that wasn't here last time around at Comic-Con, now get an opportunity to state their authority. And this is a team that we've seen go really deep in the second place race for that wildcard spot in RLCS, and also really deep by getting here in the top 8 for the VS Gaming Championships. So they are a really good team, a very underrated team, and a team that I think is held in high regard in SSA. And then you've also got WRG as well, who I think were a team that a lot of people expected a lot from, and they didn't quite hit the heights that they were expecting. It's good to see them here in the top 8 again, but they have lost a key player, which we'll talk about later on. And unfortunately, it's hard to see a pathway for them through it, unless they can get through Nixa, of course.
And you know, it's a bit of a messy situation. Rocket League has become very, very busy. It's a jammed calendar. There was a time when VS Gaming was the Rocket League event of the year, but there's so much else going on. And we notice it in the absence of 2 teams, Valiant and Limitless, who of course went to the wild card at Worlds for RLCS, but as a result of that, couldn't be competing to find themselves here at the final. So instead we got Nixa, who would be desperately disappointed not to have gone to the wild card at Worlds. So they'll be looking for a bit of redemption here. And then of course WRG, the defending champions. So all to play for here today. But Triple M, let's talk about the game we got coming up right now. Unity, Monarch Realm. Unity, an experienced team. And 2 years ago, they were competing in the finals in the high school league. Now here they are in the VS champs. And they've got experience as a team. They've got RLCS experience. Monarch, they've played a little bit of RLCS, sort of the qualifiers, but not as experienced. So in my mind, Unity probably the favourites here today.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Unity are the favourites, and I think when you look at where they are in the RLCS rankings outside of this VS Gaming Championship, they're a solid middle-of-the-pack team, and they really have established themselves as a consistent performing team. Yes, they're not the Nixas or the WRGs or the Pirates XDs, but they are up there in terms of quality here, and they're coming up against a Monarch Realm team that we don't really know much about because they haven't really had much exposure at this level against this caliber of opposition. So it is the new guard versus the old guard here, and I think it's fair to say that the old guard are firmly the favourites.
All right, well, I'm trying to see who's, I'm just looking at who's sitting there because Technic Eagle is, looks like he's doing some duties there. Sitting at the desk, we have 5BS, Blade, and Potato with the gun!
Yeah, I mean, just an interesting fact on Potato with the Gun, longest serving member in Unity currently. It's been there since 2022 of January of 2022, pardon me. That is a long time for a player to be in a single roster. It's not something you usually see. So he's the captain of that roster. He's got the leadership qualities, but he's also got the experience. He's seen people come and go on this roster. He has an idea of how he wants Unity to play as a team, and he has been a long-standing member of that org. Obviously, Yapego coming in as a new player more recently. He's a player who's been a little bit up and down. He's shown flashes of mechanical brilliance. He's shown that he can be a clutch player in moments, but it hasn't been consistent enough, and he has had issues finding a permanent home, so hopefully Unity is the place for him to stay. But lots to look out for when it comes to Unity.
All right, cool. Well, I think the players are pretty much ready to go. Josh, are we good? Just a moment. Players are getting themselves ready. So let's get down to some prediction time. Triple M. Of these two, who do you favour? Best of 5. So not only who do you favour, but the score prediction. Who wins and what's the score?
Tough one. I think I'm going to give it to Unity. As far as the series scoreline goes, I am going to say 3-1. I think Monarch will get a game off of them, but I think Unity will ultimately win this best of 5. And look, no disrespect to Monarch, they've got a lot to prove. The onus is on them. At a LAN event, this isn't online like they've been playing to get all the way here. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with those nerves. They're a very young team as well, I might add, right? And so it's going to be interesting to see how they cope with it. I just think Unity are in a better position to take this one. So going with a 3-1 Unity win.
I think it's a key issue is also LAN experience. And LAN experience is a problem across the country, across the region. We don't have enough LANs where players get to play in front of a crowd, they get to play live. It's a little bit different when you're busy eyeballing your opponents and your teammates, having them right next to you. And there's a different feel, a different vibe to it all. But in that regard, Unity do have more experience. They've played a couple of LANs. They were here. They've been here, and certainly the players as the high school team, they've been around, and I do think that stands them in very good stead. So I think 3-1 is a pretty fair shout. I very rarely predict with my head. It's all about what I want to see, and I do think Unity take it. But I think we see a fight. I see we go all the way to Champions Field. I'm hoping that's what we see. We get to a game 5, and it goes the distance here. All right, I'm just getting word from production. No, I think. Oh, do you know what? Let's switch over to. We're going to go to the standing cameras so we can see who's here. All right, we've got the Peach chilling there. I was tempted to swing that camera around, but maybe not.
Maybe not.
And looking over at the Monarch table, it looks like there's a couple of technical issues that they're getting sorted out.
Yeah.
And they're scrambling to fix it. Unity, we ready to go?
Unity looks ready.
We had one lone woo out in the crowd, which is excellent, but all the thumbs up from the players. Yeah. And Monarch, how we doing there?
Looks like they're still
Nitro, you ready to go? JRS, you good? We just got one holdout over here. What's not good? Flipping like mad. Oh dear. Should I just turn this down?
Bring it down by 10 dB.
All right, apparently audio's been clipping out on stream. Hopefully it's better now. But we'll know about that soon enough. But those live here have had no problems.
Yeah, well, I mean, just looking at the Monarch boys getting ready, right? I mean, you've been quite a few LAN events, but more importantly, you're Mr. Rocket League. You've seen a lot of this. What do you think is like the most important thing for them coming into this? Because we've spoken about the lack of LAN experience, but I think just in general, playing at the highest level, even online, it's not something that we've seen Monarch do. And considering how young these boys are, I mean, what sort of advice would you be giving them?
You know what, we're here live at Comic-Con. It's such a vibe out here. It's almost regardless of what happens. Just, you're out here, you get, I mean, I have met for the first time so many of these players for the first time. Many of them are meeting each other for the first time. So it's just whatever happens. There has to be a winner, there has to be a loser. It's almost try and extract as much fun out of it as possible. And, you know, you're going to be tense and nervous, but why? Just vibe and go with it, I think, at this point. Keep going. Okay, fine. All right, so since we're talking predictions, we may as well go all the way to the very end. Do you have who's your pick to take the entire thing tomorrow afternoon?
It's got to be XD Gaming. Simply because I think, obviously, one of WRG and Nixa are going to go out today, which then leaves us with one other strong team left in the tournament, right? And I can't bet against XD Gaming. I just can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. I love Nixa, I love WRG, but I'm going to go with my head and say XD Gaming if, you know, I have to pick one.
Well, here's the problem, is that here today there are no representatives from XD.
Yeah.
And out in the crowd there I can see Mr. Lowe, Archeon, Snoozy, and they beg to differ.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to have, look, XD have got an easy ride. They've got no quarterfinal match today. Nixa and WRG have to take it down, and that WRG being the defending champions.
Yeah.
It's really tough, because I'm trying to think for myself. I mean, the key match today, and it's unfortunate that they're meeting each other today, is WRG and Nixa, because either of those teams could take it down. But I'm inclined to agree with you. Yeah. But if it is a Nixa WRG, Nixa XD final, I'll back Mr. I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal with Mr. Lowe right now. If you win the whole thing, then retirement's off the table.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay, yeah. So Mr. Lowe's out here. He claims he's retired. Everyone's disagreeing. But where are the WRG boys? Are they even here? There they are. You're hiding under your hat there, Casper. I was trying to... Okay, there we go. And there's Lack, there's Scepter. So how are you feeling about today? Nixa easy. All right, fine. Well, of course, they're feeling confident like they can take it. All right, fine. We have waffled far too much. Yeah. Josh is ready. We can now sit down. That was a smooth transition. And we are going to go. We're going to get into the game finally. And it's always nervy the start of the day, because there's a lot of technical things to get through, and then finally we get going. But I think we are. I think we're going to be ready to go. As soon as Josh loads it up, we will get this underway. A reminder that it is a best of 5, and all I'm hoping for is today is no sweep. It's got to be. I want these matches to go as far as possible, because that's a rough thing. You come to LAN and you get swept. You don't want to be seeing that.
I mean, also from the spectator's point of view, you want to see a lot of Rocket League. You want to see teams come and be competitive if you're a Rocket League fanatic anyways. So from that point of view, it would be nice to see some competition. And also, I mean, I spoke to the players yesterday, did a couple of interviews, and one of the common things I heard was it's all about catching up to limits.
I don't think the game's gotten underway yet, so we'll just come back here. All right, cool. Well, we're wondering what's going on and why the game isn't on, but there is a mic issue, so we're still ironing out all the technical issues. And I think what we're going to do is we're just going to take a short break, go to the BRB screen, and we'll come back when we are 100% ready to get going. finally we're back. It looks like we've got all the technical issues. Be great, be a Triple M. I think we're ready to roll with our first game. Unity Esports, Monarch Realm, and we've already gone through all the team details and our predictions. And I think now it's just let's play some Rocket League.
Yeah, let's get some Rocket League, man. Monarch, a team that we don't know much about. Obviously very exciting to see new teams at this level. They're not new per se, but they're new as far as playing against the quality opposition. Mustang, Nitro, JRS, they've all got something to prove here. And then obviously Unity, I don't need to say much about them, Gabriel. We've spoken about how they're the favorites. We've spoken about their placement in RLCS. We've also spoken about their journey here. And for those who might not know, obviously they made top 8, but even better than that, they were able to outplay some respectable teams to get here. And I think they honestly are in with a good shout. The problem is, they're on the side of the bracket where XD Gaming are. So if they do win this, which we're expecting them to, they're going to play XD Gaming tomorrow, which is not ideal.
You get rewarded. You get rewarded with playing a tough and very, very top team.
Yeah. Well, getting ready for the first game here, and I've got to say, now that all the technical difficulties are out of the way, it's a bit exciting to get some Rocket League going.
Some actual Rocket League, finally! That's what we wait for. We kind of waffle our way through for this very moment. They're loading up. They are out there. The countdown's done. Let's go, Commandos. It's howling time, and away we go.
And it's an interesting start here with the goal from Potato, and Unity almost on cue, right on cue with the script.
Oh, we have a pause. We have a pause. Technical difficulty.
Well,
We may that goal may not stand. I'm not entirely sure what happened. Our match admins will get on it, but it looks like there was a problem right out the gate, and you would expect that if there's going to be a goal like that, you're either having a rough moment or there is a technical issue. So we're just checking into it. Our match admins are out there getting it sorted out. So we were going on and on about how we were finally getting some Rocket League. And we had a glorious 6 minutes. We saw a goal, and then we paused.
6 seconds is all she wrote before the technical difficulties came back. Must say, good goal, by the way, as well. So as we wait for this technical difficulty to be solved, back to the original point I was making.
Yes.
They've got to play XD if they win tomorrow. And you spoke earlier about, packing Nixa if they make it all the way to the final. That final does look likely because remember, on one side of the bracket, we'll have the winner of this game and Pirates. And then on the other side of the bracket, we've potentially got Fusion, Nixa, WRG, and Bird. Now, I don't know much about Bird, so I would pin Fusion to be the favorites there. And, the rest is pretty easy, pretty self-explanatory.
I think Fusion and Bird are kind of interesting because Fusion have had results in RLCS. Fusion have had results in BS. I mean, they're here today. All right. Well, we do have the game going, so we'll get back to that. And then we do have a restart, so the goal doesn't count. Oh my word. We're so close, but not quite there. So,
it's a cursed broadcast. That's what it feels like at this moment.
all right, I see one of the players is reporting like 500 ping, which is a little difficult since we are on a LAN match. So let me get back to what I was talking about. Fusion have had results in RLCS. Disappointing results for them because they would believe themselves to be a top 8 team. We didn't see that from them consistently over the last season. And then Bird, who've been through Bird were fish before they were Bird.
Interesting.
Very interesting, yes. And that's Joshua, Gold Ninja, and Zeph. Very, very capable. And in many aspects, I would probably peg them as quite similar in skill to Fusion. So if that does come down to a matchup, it is going to be kind of interesting to see. All right. We're maybe we've got to start. We go back to gameplay. All right. Well, listen, we've had more seconds. Oh, we nearly had a goal again after 6 seconds, but it's not to be. So we have an AFK player.
That's not good.
That's never good. But is it a? No. There's definitely a player who's not moving up on the pitch there. Looks like they're moving now.
Yeah, Nitro looks mobile now. So.
All right, mobile. We have. Okay. It's chaos out here, Triple M. We're not entirely sure what's going down, but we do have a game underway. No goals, 40 seconds, and long may it last.
Yeah, well, it's the blue side for Monarch, the orange side for Unity. As we look to get the first opportunity here on target for Monarch. It's been a difficult start from them. The goal's been peppered, but now they finally get it into the orange half. And, well, it feels strange having some Rocket League after all the technical difficulties, but this has been a very chaotic start.
All right, there still seems to be some lag issues out there, but we'll see how we go. Blade has a crack at the net, doesn't get it, but it does. Okay, we are. It just felt like something wasn't 100% right there.
Yeah.
So again, well, listen, we were talking about LAN experience. What's tough for them now is it's not just. They are effectively the guinea pigs. Game one of the day. We're going to iron out all the technique. By the end of this first match, everything's going to be running smoothly.
Yeah.
And they're kind of having to go through it. It's a little bit tough because you don't want to have to worry about the technicals when you're trying to win a really important game.
No, absolutely not. And as a player, you don't really want stop-start because Rocket League is a momentum-based game. And so once you get into a series, you want to just get into the next game and keep it moving. So it's a difficult thing to do. A lot of it comes down to how positive those voice comms are in between these moments, right? You've got to keep your team energized. You've got to keep them focused and not lose concentration. And then on top of that, I think you've also just got to not be bothered by whatever issues is going on, whether it's audio, whether it's ping issues as we've seen in this game. So hopefully the players on the side of Monarch are not too frustrated with the start. It was already a difficult game for them anyways, coming into this on paper, and now they're having to deal with all of this.
A couple of years ago, I had a conversation with a coach, more of a mental coach than anything else, and he had a very interesting approach. And one of the drills he would do with his players is he would get them to play and he would throw distractions at them.
Wow.
So whether it was sort of some toxicity or issues in their environment, like if they were playing at home and things going on, but he would deliberately make them play with external distraction, with toxic distraction, just to train the players to drown that out and just focus on what you're doing right here, right now. And maybe I think maybe he was onto something because this is the sort of thing. Okay, cool. All right, fine. So I think what we're going to do here at Triple M, they're going to do a test lobby, make sure everything's going. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to come back to the live stream once we know 100% that that's up and running and we can properly bring you some Rocket League. So we'll be back shortly. All right, Triple M. So, from the top, this time with feeling, this time with passion. It does look like Triple M, we have actually sorted out all the technical issues, and we can get finally this tournament underway. This is the VS Gaming Finals. Unity Esports up against Monarch Realm. Let's get going.
Game number 1 is underway with the kickoff here as it's 5BS now into the path of play. Tries to play a piercing ball through the middle. Unfortunately, not able to get the early goal on this occasion. So we're 12 seconds in, and it's a strong start here again from Unity, this time without technical difficulties. And Potato looking for something there in the corner, not able to get it. And the goal of Monarch being peppered here as they try to survive the opening few seconds of this game.
All right, well, here we go. JRS taking it down into the middle. Someone's going to have a crack. There's been a miss, but there's a shot on net, and Blade will get the touch away. But the first real shot in anger on net. Here comes another one. And now it's 5BS having to do work and duty in defense. And this is very positive from Monarch. They're building up some sustained pressure here. Nice and early, and great to see from them.
Yeah, and it's a good ball in with very minimal boosters. Mustang tries to catch, goes for the demo just for good measure. And the pressure coming in here from Nitro as Blade bullies his way out of trouble and almost gets a touch there. That would have been spectacular to open up things here at Comic-Con.
Oh, but there's been a shot on and another save from 5BS. This is very good. Monarch Realm have had the best of the action early on. The shots on net, but Unity Esports have not been without their opportunities themselves, and we've had to see some spectacular work in defense on either side. 5BS following Mustang into the corner. Blade will challenge. It's an excellent challenge into the middle, but no one there to support.
Yeah, there wasn't an extra runner, and now Potato will be tasked with getting this one out. Unfortunately, he can't do so. 5BS now punts this one into the air, all the way to the backboard for himself, and almost gets the double touch. It's still not out here for Monarch Realm. They've got to be careful, and they do well to get this into the middle, but it's back into possession with Unity here, and the pressure now seems to be swinging in favor of the team in orange.
Yeah, but importantly, not a goal scored. So 2 minutes in, and we're still very level, a dead heat here. So this is encouraging from it's going to be a close match. It's not going to, no team is going to walk over the other one here. Whoever takes it down is going to have to fight for it. But it is now Unity building up some pressure. Potato into the middle. There's been a whiff. Mustang was left stranded in the net, but they do get away with it. And now there's an open net. If someone can hurry up with a shot, someone's got to get there, and it doesn't. It's put into the corner, and yet another opportunity halfway through. Game 1, we're deadlocked at 0 apiece.
Well, we spoke at length about this Monarch team coming into this game. They've done well to be at 0-0 with 2 minutes to go, but Rocket League can be a very deceiving game. And sometimes, just when you think a game is close, a goal goes in and the momentum switches. So it's in the middle of the park here. Nitro misses out on that one. 5BS gets an awkward touch. And now it's Mustang with a good job. Oh, he hits the crossbar and nobody's there to get the follow-up. Unfortunately, another chance goes begging, and Mustang gonna make a mistake. It's Blade getting one against the run of play.
All right, Blade gets the opener, and what desperate disappointment for Monarch Realm. They finally got the ball on net when there wasn't a Unity player there, but then the crossbar came to Unity's aid. Couldn't find it under the crossbar, and they get punished on the other side on the counter-attack. Just one goal in it, but Unity ahead by 1.
Well, it is a fragile one-goal lead as Monarch look to defend. They can't conjure up anything on the counter though. It's a missed shot there. Blade will now control. He's trying to take it up to the wall. Mustang with a good challenge into the corner. Potato does well. The long-standing member representing Unity since January of 2022 and still going strong here at the VS Gaming Championship top 8 as it goes back into his path now. And, well, Monarch, they need to get something on target here. It's a great bit of improvisation and almost lands in a goal. And, well, it's an uncomfortable save, but a good enough one for Unity.
You know, you say it's a fragile one-goal lead, and I don't know. I think conceding there after all of that good pressure, and it's put a bit of mental pressure on Monarch, and we often see that, the struggle. And what's been good to see from them, though, is since conceding, it's been about a minute and a half now since they conceded. They haven't conceded more, so it hasn't gotten to them, but it's getting frustrating. They've had opportunity, they've had pressure, they've built pressure, but still no goal. And you start to become very aware of the clock counting down. With half a minute left, they've got to make one of those opportunities count. And for a start, they've got to get to the other side of the pitch.
Well, they've got just under 30 seconds, 26 and counting. As it goes into the orange corner again, Nitro off the backboard, there's a runner and a double commit ensures that Unity live to fight another day. Mustang now misses out on that one. And it's just in the middle here in no man's land as Blade goes all the way to the heavens to punt that one into the corner, and whoa! That would have been a spectacular goal.
Now, you know what, they're going to, when this ball bounces, and we assume they're going to go down here, down by a single goal, and sometimes that's even slightly worse than losing 5-0 or 6-0, because you felt you came close, and they did have the opportunity. If you look at the shot count, Monarch 7 shots, which is less than Unity, but yet they find themselves behind.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start from Monarch, I felt. They went a whole 3 minutes without conceding effectively for that game. But again, the transition from defense to attack just wasn't quite there, and they really did struggle to apply pressure in the latter stages of the game. And obviously, the only goal that Unity scored coming against the run of play, Mustang had his back turned away from the ball and just couldn't see it coming over. So again, a little bit of misfortune here, because had that not gone in, we would be having our first overtime here.
Yeah, well, I think about that open net, because they've had some great shots, but then there were fantastic saves. Blade getting in on the action, 5BS getting on the action to save those shots, and then finally there's an open net and it hits the crossbar, bangs down and out, and it's those small moments. You know, I've said it a lot. My favorite expression is great events turn on small hinges. Those tiny little moments that have great impact on a series, on a game. But they're certainly not out of it. They're not being overrun here. So they just got to focus on their work, and they'll get the job done.
Absolutely. So game number 2 of our first quarterfinal here of the VS Gaming Championships, and we have got an absolute thriller here as 5PS almost gets an early one in, and it does eventually go in. Blade gets the goal. So Unity not mucking about this time. They get an early 1-0 lead.
Yeah, well, there we go. 7 seconds in, we saw this in the false start, the 6-second goal, but now a fully legitimate goal, and now this is danger time for Monarch. Yeah. They've kept pace here with Unity, but going behind early, this is where you're again challenged mentally. You've got to keep up with it. Mustang, they've got to get that first goal. They've had nearly 6 minutes of Rocket League without scoring. Oh, that's going to go wide. It's closer. Who's up here? It's high and loose in front of the net, but 5BS quite comfortably will take it off his backboard out. Nice little clear, but he's being dispossessed here, heading towards the net. Jarvis is going to get it, and Monarch Realm get their first goal.
Big occasion, big goal. The young guns up against the old guns, and finally Monarch get an opportunity to really cement themselves in the game. So 4 minutes and 29 seconds to go, and we've got a game on our hands, Greybeard.
I think it's fantastic, because you need that first goal. Nothing said. We talk about land experience. We talk all the things that make you nervous about playing this sort of competition. Getting that first, nothing settles nerves like getting that opening goal. So now they're in it. Now they know they can score. Nitro getting it high and forward, trying to make something happen, but they are building pressure, finding opportunities for themselves, and that is it's a very positive sign for them as they look to change the series.
Absolutely. Now it's with Potato. He puts that into the path of an opposition player. Blade forced to make an awkward clearance though. He does well. And now a double commit here, and Unity could be in a bit of trouble if Nitro can get this one into the center. He is going to take his time, and unfortunately another chance goes begging for Monarch Realm, but they will get a reset here on the halfway line. JRS looking for the double touch, does eventually get it, and a good save, a routine one at that, and Unity are in a bit of a pressure situation here as Monarch Realm mount on the pressure.
What I loved about that play, there was the fake play, player coming off the ceiling, and the defenders were not sure, is he going to take it off the ceiling, or is the original attacker going to have a shot? fantastic little play. Didn't work out for them, but I like the creativity. I like the inventiveness. And now a pass into the middle is going to get picked up by 5BS and taken out. But it is Unity doing the bulk of the defending here. And as I say that, Monarch having to do some magnificent defending of their own. The pass down. They're trying to get the shot on. It's back into the middle. Mustang. They're going through this pressure. Every player's having a turn to float the ball in front of the net. No one shooting it off the net in any anger. And Potato Unity, despite a little bit against the run of play, going to get goal number 2.
Well, to quote you're saying, great moments often sometimes rely on these fine margins, and that's another example. A chance up at the other end doesn't quite end up the way Monarch wants, and they end up conceding. And that's the thing about this level. If you don't take your chances, you are going to get punished at the other end. So 5BS now into the corner, looking to make it 3 and double this Unity lead. It is only 2-1, so a 1-goal deficit for Monarch, and by all accounts, they played quite well. It's just that lack of clinical edge in the final third, and Mustang, as I spoke about it, they finally deliver.
What I'm so enjoying seeing here from Monarch is they're not allowing themselves, they're not putting their heads down, and it's very easy, because they are the underdog team. Well, we've discussed, we think they are, and maybe we're wrong about that. But when you are, it's very easy, like, oh, we've gone behind. But they have kept pace the whole time. They've gone behind twice, they've equalized twice. So they can score. Now they've just got to go that little one extra and take a lead.
Absolutely. Now it's into the path of JRS here as he tries to conjure something up. Nitro will give chase and almost gets that one into a troublesome position for Unity. And now it's JRS again applying the pressure, taking some of those boost pads, making life difficult for Unity. Nitro goes to the air, beats one, looking to get past the second, does really well to go all the way, but can't get it in the back of the net. JRS now looking for the redirect. Good save from Potato, and again, Monarch have to reset, but the pendulum swings once more, Greybeard, as Monarch are putting on the pressure.
As we slowly crawl our way toward overtime, but there's so much time left, you feel surely there are going to be more goals in regulation. JRS trying to get in the middle, and Mustang trying to get the redirect on that, but his angle just a little too tight to get the redirect there, but JRS keeps it there and thereabouts. And interesting, 5BS looking for a redirect high off the wall, but they're spending very little time in an offensive position. Our Unity, they're having to do all their work in defense at the moment. But we saw this from Monarch. They had the best of the attacking play in game 1, but couldn't convert. And they're having the best of it, certainly in the last 2 minutes, but haven't yet taken a lead.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at that save total, Unity were very busy in game 1, and again, they made a very good save here. It was Potato on this particular occasion. Another shot on the side of the Monarch round net. We haven't seen that in a while, actually, but unfortunately for Unity, it doesn't go in. So, it's in the middle of the park. Somebody's got to claim it. Nitro with an awkward touch. Mustang gets it away, and the nerves are starting to kick in. Monarch, even though they have dominated based on the eye test, it's only 2-2, so the game is still level, and they're not in the lead here, even though it feels that way, just based on the ebb and flow of the game.
Unity have made 6 saves. Monarch Relevant only had to make 1, so, I mean, look, there are 2 saves they didn't make because they conceded, but it does give a sense of how aggressive Monarch have been and how well they've done to get in front. And that was setting up with that touch, flummoxing the attacking player. We're into the final countdown. We may well have overtime. My prediction of more goals in regulation not to be proven true, but Potato looking for a last-ditch effort here for Unity. Can't get it. They're still keeping it up, though. And now 5BS, is he going to let it ground? He is going to ground it, and we are into our first overtime. Golden goal time. Next goal wins the game.
Well, it was almost a quick one. It might just be Unity. Blade does well to get that one out, and they're forced to defend early on here. So the pattern of regulation is repeating itself again here in overtime, and a good save from Nitro. And now JRS does really well to get that one out the corner, but it's still not away from Monarch Realm here as they try to get this one out as well. So Mustang now, he's got 5BS on his right, and JRS. Oh, it's almost, that was such a good pass. Unfortunately, Nitro unable to read it there, and another chance goes beckoning for Monarch here. They are the architects of their own downfall with these missed chances.
Yeah, they've had 10 shots. 10 versus 5 shots. Monarch ground 10 shots for their 2 goals. Unity. So Unity's conversion rate much better. So Monarch going to need to be aware of that, and which is why it is good for them that they've been able to build so much pressure. They're under massive pressure now. They've got to get it away. They do. JRS. Oh, that's fantastic on the 50 there. Will keep it in the Unity half, but here comes 5VS. Looking for a flip reset. Doesn't get it. Mustang. Long distance clear. Potato. Got high work to do and does it very well. And this looks like this might well be one of those long, epic overtimes.
Yeah, maybe they'll go for the record. Who knows? JRS now into the path of Nitro. JRS goes again there. Looks like a bit of miscommunication. And it might put Monarch in a bit of trouble here as Nitro is forced to hit this one back into the corner. 5BS will catch. And finally, Monarch get it out of their half and back into the orange half. So Potato going to hit this one across into the path of Blade. Looking for the double touch. And that would have been a stylish way to end it. But 5BS tries to get the follow-up. And, well, that would have been a dagger in the heart of Monarch. But the game continues.
Oh, they've just got Potato to beat. He's got it over. That's heading down. Has it got enough dip on it? It doesn't. And 5VS will get the clear. Heart and mouth moment. Another shot heads towards the net and cleared away. We're into now our 3rd minute of overtime, trying to separate Monarch and Unity. Unity, of course, will look to go to series point with the next goal. Monarch Realm want to level things up. Shot on. Oh, it's going to squeeze past. JRS will get it in. He gets his 2nd goal, and Monarch have leveled the series.
Big performance from JRS, and it's a big goal there. Good awareness to be in the right position at the right time and give Monarch a pivotal win here at, well, one of the few times we've ever seen them at land. So it is level in the series, Greybeard, and that game, I want to say Monarch were the better team. You just look at the shots total, 13, and all of them in between JRS and Mustang. So the dynamic duo in front of goal doing a lot and asking a lot of good questions of that Unity defense.
They certainly were. And look, if Monarch sort out their conversion rate. I mean, the number 13 shots, and granted it was a long overtime, but you know, up against 7 shots, they got twice the number of shots that Unity did. But they've done well, and they've done the most important job, which is level the series. So we go from the best of 5 to now a best of 3, and now it gets very tense. The all-important game number 3 here, winner here is on series points, so everything to play for here. But this has been very entertaining and a great start to the VS Champs Finals weekend here at Comic-Con.
It is a great start, and look, we spoke earlier at length about not wanting any sweeps, wanting a competitive series between all the teams involved, and so far, Monarch, I think, are raising a few eyebrows here by really giving Unity a run for their money. And if you just look at that last game, I think it's not just individual performances. Yes, JRS having a lot of shots, getting both goals as you mentioned, but it was a big performance all around from Nitro and Mustang. So we go into the next game now, and it's a big one indeed here, as 4 seconds in, looking for an early opportunity again is Unity, and well, this is almost not going to be. I thought that was going to go towards the goal. So a demo coming in early on, 15 seconds gone, and nothing to report.
All right, 5VS puts it down in front. Lovely little laydown. It's up and you just want. There's always the tough question there because you've got Potato. He's 3rd man. He's very aware that he doesn't want to overexpose himself. Doesn't want to go too far until he knows a teammate's got it covered if he misses. But that was an ideal opportunity. It was just begging for a shot on target. And speaking of a shot on target, Nitro gets the opener for Monarch Realm in Game 3.
Yeah, Nitro being absolutely pesky, waiting, being methodical, and picking the right moment to take his opportunity there. And then having the placement to obviously put it away from the keeper who was coming across. Very good awareness there on display. So Nitro again, and this time a kickoff goal and a quick response from Unity.
It's devastating when you concede a kickoff goal because you get the lead, you're feeling good, and then it's a cheap goal. It's such a cheap surrender of something you've worked on. But 45 seconds in, level game, And as the series is panning out, you wouldn't expect anything less. JRS gets it forward into the Unity corner, but not much is going to come of it. Maybe, maybe not. A high clearance here. Is someone behind it? Can someone threaten Mustang? Oh no, Mustang misses high off the backboard and gets insta-punished by Blade. Unity in front.
Yeah, he's punted that one up to the backboard and just patiently waited for the whiff and then punishes. Brilliant execution from the young protege who's now established himself as a regular in the top tier of South African Rocket League. So now JRS into the path of Nitro, who does well to get it this far, but is going to have to rotate away and get some boost. Now it's with Potato with some good mechanical display there, but unfortunately not able to finish it off in a goal. Nitro now will take it the other way, and JRS here trailing behind, not able to get the touch he was looking for. So Unity get away with one there and take it up the other end. Potato chasing, JRS does well, but it's not completely out of the woods here. And well, so far Monarch, they've got their work cut out for them, because even though Unity started off slow, they've responded really, really well here.
All right, well, I've just realized that Potato's rocking the Dominus, and he's very much in the minority now. The Dominus was a regular feature in high-level competitive Rocket League until a couple of years ago, where the Fennec sort of seemed to take that over, but hanging in there with the Dominus, and here it comes! The Dominus can't squeeze it past the final defense. And Unity settling nice into their work, and they're having much better pressure here than what we've seen over the last couple of games. Even though Unity won game number 1, they didn't have the bulk of the offensive pressure. And certainly in game 2, they were overrun from a pressure point of view. JRS looking for the net. 5BS once again with a desperate save on the goal line.
I would love to see the numbers, but they spent a lot of time in the series in the orange half, in their own defensive third. So now it's into the path of 5BS. Looking for something here. Mustang and Nitro both go up, but only one commits, so they get it out. Potato with the good catch, looking to get past the second, and he does so, but Blade not going to get there in time to follow it up. So Unity have got to be careful, because they've got a lead. They're looking for the next goal to get that 2-goal cushion, but they also don't want to overextend here, as Monarch desperately trying to get back into this game. 5BS now. He's got a few options on his left-hand side, but can't get it past the first man. And well, the pressure will continue. Blade now trying to put some pressure on. JRS with the good catch. He's going to take his time here, as he's got no boost to conjure something up, and he's going to have to concede possession. So fortunately for Monarch, not able to find that equalizer.
The tough job for Monarch here is that they've shown that they need a lot of shots. A lot of shots to get their goals, and right now they're behind on the shot count for the first time in the entire series. So unless they sort out their conversion rate, maybe now, surely! Oh, what a save! I think that was 5BS who cleared it away. I thought for all the money that was going to be a Monarch Realm equalizer. It's not to be. They still have pressure though, and it kind of highlights the point I was trying to make, is that they've got to get a lot of shots on goal to get their goals, and they're doing better now than they have done in the previous couple of minutes. But now they're into the final minute, still looking for an equalizer.
Oh, and Mustang was the third man back. He decides to come up, and unfortunately, well, more fortunately, it's not on target there, but Blade gets the follow-up, and I was just about to praise them for surviving that, but unfortunately, it's now a 2-goal cushion for Unity.
Yeah, but look at this dunk here. Okay, JRS, he didn't connect with the ball. I thought he had cleared it, and he had got dunked by Blade, but it was just Blade doing better to reach the ball and connect with the ball up in the air for the 2-goal cushion. And this is something we haven't seen, the first 2-goal cushion in this entire series. Yeah. And given the amount of time left, Monarch in a tough position in this very important game 3.
And I think the bad news, if you are on the side of Monarch, is that it looks like Unity are starting to get warmed up now. They spent a lot of time in this game in the offensive third. As 5BS here chips one over, and it was actually JRS, pardon me, who chips one over there. Nitro now gets beaten by Blade, and then he gets past another one, but unfortunately there was no one to follow it up there from Unity, so it's a tough one. Another chance goes beckoning. It won't matter too much because they do have that 2-goal cushion. 10 seconds to go now, and unfortunately for Monarch, it's looking more and more like a defeat.
Yeah, I think that's it's been without a doubt been Unity's best game. Yeah. Even though they won game 1 and they looked okay there, this they've looked the best they've looked in the series so far, and it showed there in the scoreline. A two-goal cushion to take it down. And Monarch Realm, the lowest score count of the series so far. So I think that speaks to how much more unity we're getting up front. Having said that, though, they only got four shots themselves, but scoring 3 times. Their conversion rate, excellent.
Yeah, and just looking at the individual points there, Unity having the lion's share of the points, specifically Blade having the most points in the lobby. So a big individual performance from him, a hat-trick and a save on the defensive end as well. A pivotal save, I might add, and a very good performance. And so he's pulling up, man, in a big way for Unity here as they go into the next game. And that one, we spoke about it before the series had started, that felt like a swing game there. And it almost feels like Unity now are starting to pick up some momentum in the series.
So this is where our individual predictions come into play, Triple M, because you called a 3-1 win for Unity, which means they're going to have to win this game to do it. I wanted it to go to game 5. My only one, and I do think they can do it. The only thing I worry about is how well Unity played there and how much Monarch struggled to be as offensive as they had been in the previous 2 games.
Yeah.
So that's if they can come back from that, then without a doubt they've got a chance of taking it to Champions Field. But that's what I want to see, and I think they're going to do it. I think they take this game and push us into Champions Field.
Well, I hope so too. And look, for Monarch, the positive thing is they have had sustained periods of pressure. It's just the conversion that's not quite there. And look, we've spoken at length about their lack of clinical edge, but maybe we should be praising Unity for making those last-ditch saves and always being alert in the defensive end and really answering every question that Monarch has thrown at them, really. So, I mean, I know as casters and Rocket League fanatics, we always have a propensity to focus on one team and not really give credit to the other team for actually holding out and doing their job in the defensive end. And I think Unity have done that stupendously so far.
Well, the equation for me is pretty simple for Monarch. They got to do what they did in game 2.
Yeah.
Just keep that pressure on, keep the ball over in the Unity half. And if you can improve your conversion rate, fantastic. If not, then just keep getting those shots and you'll get the goals you need. So easier said than done. You said something during that last game, which I think is quite relevant, which is it did seem like Unity had finally settled.
Yeah.
And we're finally playing the sort of Rocket League that we expect them to be playing. And we both called them as the favourites going into this, but they haven't been playing like they were the favourites until that last game.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about that last game, again, we saw those big moments, those individual plays from Blade coming through. A player we've spoken about a lot over the last year. He was a prodigy. I don't think you can call him that anymore. I think he's more of a regular now, and he really has established himself here. But again, I thought 5BS pretty decent, made a couple of good saves, and was really occupied on the defensive end, and he handled that really well. And just the thing for Monarch here is you've got to figure out how you can clutch up. JRS did well earlier on in the series to try be the main man for his team. We need to see more of that coming into this game as we wait for game number 4 to go
which almost got underway here. Triple M referee paused the game. Oh, okay. It looks like one of the players didn't join the game as it got underway. So it's going to be an instant restart. So no, nothing to worry about there. We are underway.
Yeah, well, big game for Monarch. Their tournament hopes are pinned solely on their performance in this particular game. Nothing else matters anymore. As Nitro tries to get this one across, gives up possession. Potato now giving chase. It's putting a lot of pressure on here to opposition lines. Still in no man's land. Mustang goes up, decides to cancel at the last second, and forces an awkward clearance from his teammates. Nobody was back there for Monarch, so that was a pivotal touch early on in the game, and it's a messy start here so far between these two teams, but nothing to report back yet. Potato with a good goal, and wow, that is a magnificent finish, magnificent positioning actually to get in the right place there, and a great pass from 5BS as well, so Unity with an explosive start here.
It's excellent stuff there, and exactly what Unity want. They want to close this game down ASAP. You know, as much fun as a game 5 is, they don't want to have that. They want to close it out right here, right now.
Yeah. Well, it's the part now of Blade chips it over. Oh my word, what a goal that would have been. And Nitro, I think, has just tipped that one in, or has 5PS scored. I'm not too sure. But Blade with the initial touch all the way to the opposition net, and then 5PS, and actually was in with the last touch, doing well to nudge that one over the line. So great awareness there with his back to goal to just make life difficult for the defender and make sure that that one goes in the back of the net. Now, Monarch find themselves with a massive task, a mammoth total to overcome as they face a 2-goal deficit here. Blade now onto the backboard, looking to put that one in. It's actually 5PS, pardon me. Potato now looks for the follow. And, well, it's a very, very messy start here from Monarch. Lots of defending. They walk away. I wouldn't say unscathed. It's a 2-goal deficit, but it could have been a lot worse.
Could have been a lot worse, but it is still pretty bad. Monarch have struggled to overcome a 2-goal deficit, which is exactly what they need to be doing here.
It's to the blue net, and a last-ditch save there, preventing that one from going in. 5PS does well to keep the pressure up. Mustang comes across and makes the save. And it's into the middle of the park again. Blade now off the backboard, forcing a touch out of Mustang. If Nitro redirected that might have been problematic for Unity, but if buts and maybes don't count, unfortunately, and another chance for Unity to continue the pressure here. It's been a very boisterous start from them.
It's the perfect start for them. They were coming up to halfway through the game. They are fully in command of this game here, and consequently the series. This is do or die time for Monarch. They're going to have a shot on. What a save! 5PS right on the goal line, in the air, gets the clear, and that was a vital opportunity for Monarch, which they've missed out on here.
And Unity again with a big save as Potato puts this one in the corner, refuels on the boost, and takes his time to carry this one across. He will get nudged out of the way though, so he can't continue the move he started. And now 5PS looking to clear this one. For Unity, it's all about game management now. Look at them taking the slow touches in the middle of the park because they know there's no rush. As Potato off the backboard, forcing an awkward save here. 5PS with some good pressure, and whoa, it's Blade with the shot, and Nitro with a very important save, but it's not enough. Monarch need to get up the other end and apply some pressure here, and unfortunately for JRS, he misses out on that one, and it's an uncharacteristic whiff. But Mustang, oh! He hits the post, and it's agonizing for Monarch. Another chance goes beckoning.
And that comes down to the conversion rate, right? They're getting the shots on, but you've got to be scoring more of the shots that you get, especially now that they're 2 goals behind. They've got a minute and a half to find their way here. They're still in it. They can still find a way, but the clock is running down. They've got to make something count now. They're building pressure. This is good. 5PS, though, is going to get a long distance clear, and it is. They are looking to keep the ball close, keep possession of it, let Monarch Realm chase the game.
Yeah.
Unity have done their job. They just got to keep it away from their net now. They're doing that effectively, doing it well, and we're into the final minute, and you feel if they're going to clear this 2-goal deficit, the first has got to come in the next 10, 15 seconds at the latest.
Well,
Maybe.
Mustang, look
Oh,
at
he gets it!
And it's a delightful move. Mustang with the individual brilliance to get past an entire Unity roster. He's taken all 3 of them out of play and dunked for good measure. And now then, we have a game on our hands. It's a goal in it with just under a minute to go.
At 5PS Potato, they're going to be pretty disappointed with how that went. They were both kind of there. And I honestly, seeing it live, thought it was going to be saved. But Mustang squeezing it through. And now the opportunity's coming into the middle. There's going to be a shot. They get it over one. It's off the crossbar. Nitro tries to go for a shot. There's been a demo. They still have the action, still have the play, still have the pressure. But they're going to make something count here. Here they come. Mustang again. And now JRS finds the open net. They've leveled it up. And almost out of nowhere, Triple M. Monarch have been behind this game for 4 of the 5 minutes that have been played, and suddenly, in the last minute, they find 2 goals to equalize.
Well, I always like to say that Rocket League is a very deceiving game because you might think a result is going one way, and just when you think it's over, the pendulum swings in the completely opposite direction. But they've got to be careful here, Monarch, because Unity apply pressure, and that's a brilliant save from JRS. 10 seconds to go, 8 seconds to go. Another big clear by Mustang. Good redirect there from JRS. And now, Unity have got it all to do here to send this to overtime. Again, good pressure by Monarch. Nitro into the middle. Potato with the good clear. Blade puts that one down. And our second overtime.
Second overtime in 4 games. This is excellent. And all the momentum, though, with Monarch. But in the dying 20 seconds, Unity to me look frustrated. Because they had this, that ball was a third over the line. You saw a third of it had got crossed, but they get the save. And somehow Unity survived. This is going to be rough for Unity if they lose this. Because they commanded the game for 4 of the 5 minutes. They let it go. They took their eye off the ball. They will be very frustrated and very nervous because they have completely allowed Monarch back into the series.
Well, IPS might have something to say about that, Potato. And there's no one in goal! It's a good attempt by Nitro, but unfortunately, it's not enough. And JRS here with the touch in the middle, Potato with the great read, and then 5PS just lurking around, just in case that one came out. But unfortunately for Monarch, that is game, set, match. And Unity, as I expected, take this one 3-1.
As you expected, as you quite rightly predicted, Triple M. Well done to you. But man, it could have been so different. We could have been going to game 5 now.
Yeah.
This was an incredibly entertaining match. And I think absolutely a fantastic start to the VS Gaming Finals.
It was indeed, and look, the series scoreline is quite deceiving, because 3-1, if you haven't watched the game and you don't understand the context, looks like kind of a sweep, but actually, that was really close up until the end, and Monarch should be proud of the way they've conducted themselves here, their ability to respond immediately at the other end after going down in that second game, and then to do it all over again in game number 4, and take this to overtime, 2 goals in 60 seconds against a team from the RLCS who have established themselves as a solid top 12 team in the country. It's not an easy thing to do. Big performance from JRS, big performance from Mustang, and again, we saw those flashes that we've seen in the past from Monarch. We now need to see them take this LAN experience and go forth and conquer.
Unity Esports are our first semi-finalists, and as you quite rightly pointed out earlier, they will go through to meet XD Gaming. That is going to be a tough match. They're going to have to play a lot better than they did here today if they're going to take down XD. But that's tomorrow's problem. For now, they've done the job they had to do, which is get through the quarterfinals. Great fight from Monarch. Great to see them here. And seeing those 3 players makes me very excited about them for the season that's upcoming. We got some competitive Rocket League coming up in the next month and a half with the Rumble. Of course, next RLCS. Of course, next VS Gaming. And I'm going to be looking out for Mustang, JRS, and Nitro in the future. But that brings us to the end of the first round. We're going to take a break, set up the next quarterfinal match, and we'll be back with that ASAP. Welcome back. This is the VS Gaming Championship weekend for Rocket League. There we go. We were inundated with an applause out there. It was astonishing. But welcome to all of you there, and welcome to all of you there. Me, Greybeard, Triple M, howdy, howdy.
Hey, I'm excited for this game. This is the big one, Greybeard. This is the one we've been waiting for.
Well, what I liked was with Series 1, quarterfinal number 2, is that it was incredibly competitive. Unlucky for Monarch. It could have gone all the way to Game 5, and if it had gone to Game 5, who knows? Anything could have happened there. But not to be Unity doing their work. They will go through to the semi-finals tomorrow. But as you quite rightly pointed out, two teams that are probably meeting a little too early in the tournament.
Yeah.
In the quarterfinals. This should be, in the worst case, a semi, but probably a final.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, the fact that they're on the same side of the bracket, let alone playing each other in the first round, is a little bit disappointing, but it is what it is. WRG, defending champions. Nixa, the only team to take a regional off of Limitless in the RCS. So it's the big boys coming up against each other here. And look, I guess the only positive is it's a great way of introducing the weekend.
It certainly is. And so we have for White Rabbit Gaming, Lackstar making his way onto the WRG team. He spent last season with Apex. In fact, the last 2 seasons with Apex, but now a permanent member of WRG, replacing Kino. Kino, fabulous player, but who had to go to greener pastures in the United States, where there's real internet, leaving Mozambique behind him. But Lackstar, a very good addition to the WRG team, and I've never seen Lackstar. I've never seen this roster play together, so very keen to see how they pan out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Lackstar play because him and Original were a pretty dynamic duo. Obviously, Apex changed a lot as a roster, but those two remained together for quite some time. And I think they showed and demonstrated great versatility, great communication, great confidence, and individually, they're both really solid players. So Lackstar breaking away from that comfort now, coming into a new environment is going to be interesting to see. And then on top of that, obviously, Casper not being able to play today, he's going to be playing tomorrow in WRG, I believe, not always a Friction, pardon me.
Friction, yes, Friction's writing prelims today.
Yeah, so Friction not in the roster today. So a lot of mix-ups for WRG, not just Kino, but another player missing as well. And it's going to be interesting to see how they cope with that.
Yeah, well, Scepter coming in as the super sub for today, and it is a tough, because Nixa is a tough team, you know, and if you're going to have team shenanigans, you don't want to be doing it against tough opposition. Yeah. But it is what it is. But on the other side, so we have Lackstar for WRG, Casper, and Scepter. And then over on the other side, from Nixa, we have Archeon, Mr. Lowe, and Snoozy. Yeah. Now, Snoozy. Skill still claims that he is retired.
I don't believe it.
So is Mr. Lowe. Both of those yet to be confirmed. We'll see how that pans out. But Snoozy for me, another one of, there are a number of players in this region who are, for me, sort of young prodigies. Yeah. And Snoozy one of them. So he's brought into the Nixa roster. And also very keen to see how that roster play together.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, like you say, both teams having new players and new compositions here. Snoozy, a player who I'm a big fan of. I think he's got a lot of potential, and he's got an opportunity to prove that on LAN now, playing on a Nixa roster that I think has performed well this season, barring that last portion at the end. And it's going to be interesting to see how he integrates with Mr. Lowe and Archeon. You mentioned Skill still retiring. I'm just going to say this to the camera. I don't believe it, but we'll see what happens over the next few weeks. I've seen too many retirement messages that don't come to fruition at the end of the day.
Well, I believe Skill steals more than I believe Mr. Lowe's, but we'll see how it all pans out. All right, prediction time. Triple M, who takes this? What's the score?
I'm going to go with Nixa. I'm going to say 3-2.
Oh wow, you're going large with this one.
Yep.
I agree with the 3-2. I don't know if I do think Nixa are the favorites, especially considering WRG's roster issues right now today, and I don't know how much that impacts them. But maybe it makes them hungrier and more willing to fight. Yep. So, but I agree with you on the 3-2. I think we go to Champions Field. It comes down to the big fight on Champions Field.
It does indeed, and again, a big series. We ideally wouldn't have wanted to have it this early, but it is what it is. You got to make the most of what you have. And there's a lot of interesting narratives here. Lackstar, Scepter, Snoozy, all a part of a new journey here and a new opportunity for them to elevate their career to the next stage as we kick off game number 1 of this massive series. And again, it's going to be a close one, I feel. It has to be a close one. That's what the fans deserve. That's what we deserve. And hopefully it comes to fruition as we see an early opportunity here on the blue net. Bit of a chaotic start, but Nixa going to take their time here to defend. It's Casper carrying it across, and unfortunately, not able to get that one in the back of the net. So Low will punt it forward. Lackstar with a good interception, controls really well. The demo opens up a lot of space, and unfortunately, the early aggression doesn't pay off. Now it's Nixa who takes it away, and Low with a brilliant move and a great display of individual mechanics to carry that one across, put it in the back of the net.
Trying to see who he got past here. Gets past Scepter, and the touch had kind of put off the player, the defender coming around the back, trying to back up there. That interaction put the ball past, and it is Nixa who take first blood. Archeon here looking to take second. Lackstar's up, defends manfully, and now they'll get it out. Here comes Casper. He's going to have to get around Mr. Low. He does have possession. There's been a demo. Not sure where the ball's gone. It's right in front of the net. Lackstar's up. It's a soft touch. It just needed a bit of sauce and venom that doesn't make it past. And they keep it now on the other end. There's a shot which Casper has to save.
Lackstar now carrying it across. Does well to control it. Archeon pressuring into the path of Scepter. Casper gives chase, gets past one. Snoozy with a great interception forces a very uncomfortable save out of Lackstar, but he does well. And now it's Archeon into the path of Low. Scepter does well to clear. And Snoozy gonna have a lot of work to do here as he puts it in front of the net. Ooh, it's Archeon with a good touch. And somehow, someway, it's only 1-0.
Man, oh man, that was the best opportunity they've had. It came really close. Oh, there's been a bump. The net's open, but no one's in position to shoot. They are. Archeon gets there, finds the shot. He was incredibly awkward, but finds the recovery, and more importantly, finds the shot. And there it is. 2-0 to Nixa.
Yeah, just did enough there to stay around long enough to ask really difficult questions on the defense that they couldn't answer, unfortunately. And WLG take a 2-goal deficit here in game number 1. Scepter going tall. Casper was coming as well. He decides to back away. It's now in no man's land with Snoozy giving chase. Low now will control. He's got options, but opts to take the opposition boost and back out. Scepter tries to carry this one forward. Big mistake here, but the bump coming in clutch there. And it almost feels like Nixa, they're in a bit of a groove. They've started well here, and WLG not quite there yet.
They haven't, well, they're certainly the team to settle best. And we were talking in the first series about land experience. And both of these two teams fairly equal in that regard, which is quite nice. So it comes down to just sort of performance on the day, in the moment, out there, who settles the quickest. And Nixa with the early goal certainly have settled. And they are in that groove where we spoke about it again in that last series with the team with the 2 goals up. They settle first, they're easy, they don't have to chase the game. WRG having to chase. Casper looking for the double, but Mr. Low having none of it, getting the clear off the backboard.
Well, it's Scepter now carrying this one across a diagonal ball into the path of Archeon. He's got options on his left and on his right, possibly. And unfortunately, not able to find either. Casper now, looking for a flick, gets over one and onto the backboard. Scepter gives chase, can't get a touch on that one though, and Snoozy will have enough time to control, although Lackstar's done well to pressure him there. And, well, WRG now starting to show a little bit of aggression, but we need more shots on target. Snoozy with a good save. Scepter going to take his sweet time to get that one out. And still a 2-goal deficit here, but you almost feel like this game is becoming a little bit closer between the two.
Well, they're taking their time to get into it. Oh, they get very lucky there, almost going 3 behind. They do finally get the clear. Maybe they can transition, turn this into something. Lackstar chasing it, but he doesn't have the speed to catch up. And Archeon going the distance. Mr. Low's up, looking for a redirect, doesn't get it down off the crossbar and out. There's been a demo. There'll be an open net. Someone needs to get there. Mr. Low gets back and somehow gets in front for the save.
Low coming in clutch for Nixa as he looked to hold on. 60 seconds remaining, or just about in this game. Scepter now, looking to clear. Again, Nixa in possession. Archeon onto the backboard. Scepter tries to clear. Snoozy with the pressure.
It's back and forth at the moment, but WRG needs something here. Laxstar almost doing well there. Did well to catch the pass, but couldn't quite get past his man. And now it's low, taking it forward. Nixa doing a good job of just eating away at that clock, maintaining possession, not playing too many desperate balls forward, just keeping possession and making the onus on WRG to come and chase.
I think what you said there kind of sums up the whole game so far for WRG. That was almost good. And that's kind of been their case. They've gotten forward, they've found opportunities, just can't find the net. The one scrappy in the middle. This is the pass down by Archeon. It's on the line and in. Mr. Lowe will get his second goal, but the work done, the passing play, the passing work done by Archeon right here, done perfectly. And Mr. Lowe just getting enough to tap it in over the final defender.
It's a beautifully choreographed goal to end off a beautiful start to the game for Nixa. 3-goal lead, and WRG, the champions of VS Gaming, have to defend their title here, and it's a good response by Scepter. 12 seconds to go, and 2 goals remaining. Well. Now then, we might have something on our hands, but it would have to be a miracle.
Triple M, I think you're getting far more excited than at 12. They need this goal. This is a critical kickoff. This needs to go well for them. Casper's got it. He pops it up. Does he get there first? He doesn't. And you feel too much time has already elapsed. But on the plus side, they at least now know they can score. The clock has run down. There's no time for them to win. Scepter does get a second, though. And now that makes you think, what could have been? What could have been earlier up, that scrappy affair in front of the net, in front of the Nixa net? If that had gone in, the entire complexion might have changed. So in the end, a close game, but Nixa you felt were in front and in charge for most of that game.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some of the match stats there, it is quite refreshing.
Those aren't right, so
oh yeah, there was
try
one
these,
play
yeah,
missing,
there you
probably.
go.
But look, just looking at those match stats there, again, a good team performance. Obviously, Lowe coming in with 2 goal contributions, actually 3 if you count the assist, and doing a really good job of clutching up for Nixa here. I think the big talking point of that game, though, was just how dominant they were in the first half of the game. I think WRG did well to come back into it and claw their way back in, but it was just a little bit too late for them, unfortunately.
So basically what they need is the last 12 seconds. They need to do that in the opening 12 seconds
Exactly.
and then keep it going.
Exactly.
So it is Nixa with the one game lead, and WRG chasing the affair. And the unfortunate thing with the best of 5 is you are very quickly under the cosh. One game is not too bad, you can live with that, but you lose in the next, you're now having to reverse sweep. So massive pressure on them to come back here.
Well, if anyone can do it, it's got to be the champions, the defending champions, WRG. They've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders at the moment as we go into game number 2. I want to say I'm pretty happy with my prediction so far. It's first game, obviously, so you can't really think too much about it. But, you know, on the balance of it,
yeah, okay. You called a 3-2, so it's
going to be close.
It's easy to call it early like that after the first game.
Absolutely. Well, game number 2 kicking off now. Snoozy with the touch forward. Laxstar with the clear. Not the prettiest of clears. Scepter with pass into Laxstar. Oh, Casper with a great catch, but he just had someone on him and made it life a little bit difficult for him. That would have been a beautiful shot to target. It's a goal for WRG early on, but it wasn't meant to be.
A very positive start from them, though. They've been on the attack. Laxstar above. Does he get the double? He does, and it rolls in. Laxstar gets his first goal of the series. WRG with the lead. Not 12 seconds in, but 26 seconds. Ain't that bad.
Ain't too shabby at all. It's a brilliant finish. And what a stylish way to announce yourself in the series and get yourself on the score sheet. So, it certainly does throw a spanner in the works. Nixa looking for quick response here. Laxstar again. Looking for a double touch. Don't quite get it. Trying to put that one on the backboard. Scepter does well to pressure though. It's Casper now. Trying to give chase to this. Laxstar does well to clear it. It's into the path of Casper again. Snoozy with an awkward touch. Casper into the path of Laxstar. Unfortunately, he decides to go for the demo, and nobody's there to finish that one off. So again, WRG with a very boisterous start, very aggressive, and showing a lot of intent.
And now it's a case of keeping that. Oh, whoa! Casper gets his first. All right, and the WRG contingent in the crowd loses their mind as WRG take a 2-goal lead. And this is exactly 1 minute in, 2-goal lead, exactly what they wanted to do, having gone behind in game 1.
Yeah, good start. And you know what's funny? You know, Rocket League sometimes, the end of the first game can tell you a lot about what's going to happen in the next game. Even though Nixa won that game, that last 12 seconds, as you mentioned, and there again, Laxstar with the brilliant finish.
I'm trying to understand what's going on here. I mean, we spoke about WRG right from the start. They came out with a lot of intent, with a lot of aggression, a lot of pressure. But what's surprising me here is Nix is crumbling under that pressure. What is going on here? I mean, this was a team that pretty well came close to dominating all of game 1, and here they are within less than a minute and a half. They've crumbled. They've gone 3 goals behind.
Absolutely. Well, they look for a response here. Sneezy gets bumped. No, gonna control off the backboard, looking for the second touch of the pinch. Possibly into the path of Archeon. Oh, he did so well to get up there, but just didn't quite read the trajectory correctly on that occasion. And now WRG will go the other way, looking to make it 4! It is 4! Scepter makes it 4! Unbelievable!
Well, with Laxstar's second goal, he equaled the highest scorer for WRG, but Scepter, having none of it, gets his third of the series, the first in this game. And that came down to a Nixa mistake, coming off the backboard, the whiff there, leaving the net wide open, and Scepter really just had to get a boot on it, make sure it was on target. He did that easy enough. And now a 4-goal lead, and the way things are going here, I don't know if Nixa comes back from this. The toughest job is in a game of Rocket League where you're losing, where you're getting hammered, is how do you reset sort of on the fly, live? But somehow Nixa have to do that. There is so much time, they've got the time to do it, but they've got to get themselves right, reset themselves mentally, and then get out there and play the sort of Rocket League they were playing just a game ago.
Well, you are spot on. Archeon looking for a response. Casper does well to read that. It's just been an elegant performance from all 3 of them on the WRG side. And again, a big save coming in there. Not sure it was Laxstar or Scepter getting a touch there, but it doesn't matter. Brilliant save nevertheless. And Snoozy now tasked with dealing with the counter. Scepter, good shot in. Oh, and almost a great catch by Laxstar. Gets the demo instead. And well, 2 minutes and 18 seconds to go. 4-goal deficit. I don't know if Nixa can pull this one back, and again, another awkward one here. A good save by Low, great improvisation on the line. I don't know how that hasn't gone in for WRG, but they continue to put the pressure on here.
Yeah, and it's a case of they don't need to have that desperate urgency in front of the net. They don't need to score a game. They're doing exactly what they need to do here. They've done it effectively well. Whereas just keep it there, try and keep possession. Keep the ball over on the Nixa half as much as possible, and don't panic about your rotations, your defending. They can afford to play slow, deliberate, solid Rocket League in terms of their rotations and positioning. And it's working out great for them. It's getting, every second here is getting harder and harder for Nixa to find a way in. Even if they score right now, that's only 1 of 4 they need just to level things up.
Well, if the recent history between these 2 teams has to show us anything, it's that generally this is how it goes. I mean, their last 4 games against each other head-to-head in RLCS, 2 to WRG, 2 to Nixa. And if you look at those individual series, yes, Nixa scored more goals and won more individual games, but they were close, they were tight. And so we always see the pendulum swinging back and forth between these 2 teams as we close out game number 2 here. And Scepter looking to rub salt in the proverbial wound of Nixa here, but unfortunately it isn't meant to be. Pressure though, still carrying on in the orange half here.
Well, we were talking about the end of the last game. It was important for WRG to score to convince them that they could. And now Nixa are in that weird, but my word, 5-0 Scepter. Scepter, the super sub, coming in with goal number 4 here, assisted by Casper. But what an angle, and Snoozy just misreading that. Archeon left for dead on the goal line. And Nixa now just looking to come out of this game with something, anything.
Yeah, you got to end it off on a respectful note. Double fake on the
Double
kickoff.
fake.
I haven't seen that one in a while, especially not from a team in this position. But Nixa, I guess you've got to try something until it sticks in this position. Good save from Archeon, unfortunately. Won't be highlighted too much because of the scoreboard. And Low now, looking to give chase. Goes for the pinch. Laxstar taking his time. It's an easy Friday afternoon cruise for him. Yeah, with a 5-0 cushion at the other end. Doesn't need to do much on the defensive end. And Septa looking for a sixth, not able to get it though.
Well, I think this is now, I was speaking earlier about how it is difficult to reset yourself in a game. And clearly Nixa not able to do that. They're now going to have the break. They've got a minute after this game. Take a breath, think about it. Guys, okay, we know how to do this game. We know how to play this game. We know how to win this game. So let's get back to playing the sort of game we should be playing, that we know how to play.
Yeah, and just look at the individual contributions. I mean, I know you're talking about Nixa there, but WRG, 2 goals from Lackstar, 4 goal contributions from Casper, and 3 for Septa. They're all pulling their weight on both ends of the pitch. Again, you look at the shots, mostly Lackstar and Septa, but still, Casper having an important role in those rotations, making sure that he's in the right place at the right time, and it's just a great team response compared to that first game. So WRG really are impressing me here, and it's no surprise the defending champions doing a good job to claw their way back into the series.
So WRG came out swinging that game. From the outset, we saw them being aggressive, playing on pressure, but they kept it on throughout the game. What blows my mind, Nixa only managing to get 3 shots on goal, not scoring any of them. They had to stare down 12 shots from WRG, which is just astounding in terms of the imbalance of the pressure in that game. So Nixa are going to have to turn that around somehow, some way. So have they been able to reset in the game break?
We'll just have to wait and see.
We're gonna find that out pretty damn quick.
Well, game number 3, lights out and away we go. So now then, it's all level, and it's hard to gauge which team has the momentum. But based on the last game, you would say it's WRG as they get another eager start here. Casper looking to play a ball into the middle, but Snoozy's done well to get that one out. Septo with the good shot, Low with the good response. Nice and aggressive from WRG. Again, we spoke about the intense last game. We're seeing it here. Granted, it's only the opening 30 seconds. Septa with the good shot, and unfortunately, Casper not quite getting the follow there, but that could be dangerous for Nixa.
What worries me is the counter here. There has been a defensive demo from WRG, and that's going to give them space to be able to defend that and maybe take it out again. Because Nixa did very well to clear that. It was very quick, and for a moment it could have been danger for WRG, but that danger long past, and now they're looking to bring forward into the orange Nixa half. Lackstar, very good patience to wait for that, not dive in for the challenge, waiting for the play to happen, then picking up the ball. And for the moment at least, and this is good for Nixa, it's become a bit of a midfield game, and that's good for Nixa because they've been up against it. They need to push themselves forward and get the play moving in the direction of the WRG half.
Absolutely. Lackstar now, the start of that one is Low, pushing it forward. Snoozy tries to get the read, does well, but not well enough to trouble the blue goal. Now it's in with Casper, looking to try dribble this one across the field. It's not meant to be. Snoozy now will take the other way. Septa with the good clear. Septa with the good pass. Casper looking to catch, and it's a... Oh, what a save!
Oh no!
Oh no! Casper gets the follow-up, and Nixa go down to the champions.
I think this is a big move here. I think this is Snoozy own goaling. No, Casper does get back. Sorry, live. It looked for a moment like it was an own goal. Very well done from Casper to recover himself, getting himself in front, tap it in. And WRG, not as quick as the last game. They've taken a while to get it done, but it is WRG in front.
Hey, we don't care how she gets there, as long as she gets there in the end. Lackstar now, looking to play this one across, does well to read. Off the backboard, good touch by Snoozy to redirect that one out of the path, but it's not enough though. Somehow WRG have managed to keep up the pressure. This is troublesome though. Ooh, nearly an equalizer for Nixa, but that chance goes beckoning.
And it's just interesting for me to see how Nixa are struggling to get the ball out, how much time they're spending in front of their nets, and how they just seem incapable right now of building pressure, sustained pressure. They're getting clears and maybe a half chance, an almost opportunity, but WRG have sustained their pressure and comes into their half. They figure out how to get it back over to Nixa and try and make something happen. And they've seen the benefit of it. They're a goal up here. Nixa, though, struggling, chasing the activity, chasing the game right now.
And Archeon there doing a lot of hard work with zero boost. It's almost symbolic of Nixa's game so far. It hasn't been an easy one, it hasn't been a pretty one, but they still have time to bring this one back, and it's only a 1-goal deficit. The most dangerous scoreline in Rocket League is a 1-goal lead. Snoozy now into the path of Archeon, looks for a shot. Wee Casper with a good save, and Laxstar now will take it the other way. Gets past low, he's got Snoozy in front of him, he decides to rotate away, and that's the benefit of being up sometimes. You don't have to follow through.
All right, well, we've still got plenty of time, and I wouldn't say it's a fragile 1-goal, but 1-goal leads disappear very, very quickly. We see it time and time again, but I wonder about the mental of Nixa right now, because they're sitting at, 7, 8, nearly 9 minutes of Rocket League since they last scored a goal. And in the frenetic, high-paced game of Rocket League, that's an eternity not to be scoring. You start to doubt yourself more and more. So they need to get, and I do think if they score one, they've got 2 or 3 more in them. But easier said than done, because that one seems as elusive as ever. There's been a demo, there's been a shot, there's been a save.
Brilliant save, great awareness from low, the instincts and the level of experience that this man has being drawn upon in the later stages of this game now. Unfortunately, not able to get it up the other side though. Nixa again, fast to defend, it's low this time, he gets beat to the front post, and Laxstar with the finish. Brilliant move from WRG there, and now the pressure is firmly on Nixa.
It's kind of huge right now. This is where we've moved firmly into upset territory here. Both of us favoring Nixa at the start, looking at them as the favorites. WRG, I might be a bit harsh to be calling them an underdog, but certainly not the favorites here. But they are, well, we wanted to see how Laxstar fits into the roster, doing fantastically well, and with their sub-scepter. So if they do advance to tomorrow, the addition of friction would be fascinating to see. And it is more WRG pressure. It just continues. And we're now nearly up to 12 minutes for Nixa since they last scored a goal.
That is a crazy stat, not one which I expected to hear at any stage this weekend. Wee Casper now with an awkward ball for Archeon, who does well. Oh, that's just brilliant. The improvisation, defending with his back to goal, then readjusting and taking it up the other end, and almost resulting in a goal. That would have been a delightful goal. Unfortunately for Nixa, we've only got 12 seconds to pull off a miracle here, and look, it's looking like advantage WRG.
All right, well, if this goes in, we might have kickoff shenanigans, but the time has run, the clock is 0, there's not enough time. WRG take the lead in the series and poise themselves to take down a quarterfinal, head into the semi-final, send Nixa home. So, do or die time. Both of us called this, though, as a 5-game, going the distance, going all the way to game 5. And so, in order for that to happen, this had to happen. Yeah. So we're not off track yet. We're still sort of firmly, but Nixa, what worries me, 12, 13 minutes since they last scored, that's got to be playing on their minds right now.
It does, and you look at the amount of saves that Nixa have been forced to make by comparison with WRG, that tells you they've had the lion's share of the attacking pressure. And then equally, going forward, Nixa just haven't done enough. 5 shots compared to WRG's 6. Okay, it's not a huge disparity, but under the circumstances, considering how dominant WRG have been in the last 2 games, you want to see a bit of additional pressure from Nixa. Again, not easy to do because they are playing against the defending champions, but it's going to be a big ask for them. But if there is anyone who can pull it back, it is Nixa.
Well, is there ever any kind of ask other than a big ask? This is competitive Rocket League, and so it goes. And and these more veteran players you couldn't find in terms of high-level competition in this region, especially over the last 2 seasons. So this is not new to them. Both of these teams have come from behind. They've both faced this kind of pressure. So I fully expect them to Nixa to rise to the occasion here and take it to game 5.
Well, we're in game number 4. Scepter puts it in the corner. Laxstar catches. Unfortunately, going to have to take an extra touch to get that one over. Again, WRG with an early shot. This one not on target though, but they're showing that intent to kick off. And Scepter keeping up the pressure here for Nixa. And they've had a lot to deal with in the early portion of these games. And that pattern seems to be continuing, although WRG with some early defense here, they've done well.
Well, you feel like Nixa have to get the open. Oh, it's saved! Oh, I thought that was WRG up front once again taking a lead. I was just making the comment that Nixa, you feel they have to be the team to open the scoring here. They'll have an opportunity, but dispossessed by Wee Casper. He's looking to follow, takes around the Nixa corner. And is that Archeon in the Esper? Archeon rocking the Esper. What is going on here? Driving his little beam car over there. Hopefully it brings in the luck he so desperately wants it to.
We saw Dominus earlier, and now this. You know what? Fair play. I'm not against it, but it will be interesting to see how it plays out. Snoozy now into the air with the double touch and a delightful response. That is as emphatic as you'd expect from Nixa.
Great work from Snoozy, following his own shot off the wall there. Brilliant finish. And Snoozy's been very quiet. We spoke about him at the start of one of the progeny players in the region, a player who I think has a long future in professional Rocket League in sub-Saharan Africa. And great to see him get on the scoreboard. So it's taken about 14 minutes for Nixa to score a goal, but they do have a lead. And now perhaps we see them open up. Perhaps we see the return of the confidence of the Nixa we saw in game 1.
Absolutely, yes. WRG called to defend again. Archeon now into the path of Snoozy again, who doubles the lead for Nixa. And that has certainly thrown a spanner in the works, hasn't it? Because WRG, good start again, had their opportunities, had their flashes, but Nixa this time just going up the other end and saying, you know what, we're just going to respond.
Triple M, it has to be said. If you snoozy, you losey. And Snoozy getting himself in the action. Took a long time, but he does have his second goal in this game. A 2-goal lead, and that is going to be a massive, massive relief. Oh, but look at that. A quick response here from Casper. The ball was in the midfield, and it was Mr. Lowe looking to control. Gets a bit of a heavy touch, and Casper pouncing on it, seeing the long distance open net, makes no mistake.
You know what I like about Wee Casper? He just has this knack of showing up in the big moments at times for WRG. And it didn't get spoken about a lot because obviously Kino was on the star of that roster previously, and now there's lots of conversations about obviously Lackstar Scepter coming in. He's a big player for them. He always shows up and manages to find a way of just getting those key goals. Even though you don't notice his performance, he will show up and he'll remind you why he's on this roster. And again, doing it there. It's not enough though. They need a response. And again, Casper looking for the double touch. Not able to get it. Scepter does well though. The follow-up is there, and WRG evaporate the Nixa advantage.
And there we go, a 2-goal lead. The cushion, no more cushion. We're back to the hard bed. That's uncomfortable. Uncomfortable for Nixa. And Scepter extends his lead as the top scorer for WRG in this series. And now with so much time left, I think we've got an absolute banger on our hands here.
Well, it's game on indeed. Archeon now giving chase. Lackstar with the clear. Mr. Lowe does well to keep the pressure up. Scepter now to the path of, well, himself, but unfortunately missing out on that one. Lackstar now chips it up. Lackstar will follow, and it's Lowe forced to make an uncomfortable save. Scepter with another one, and oh no, he's missed it on the line, and WRG with the golden opportunity, but Nixa take it the other way and don't really get any bearings for their hard work there.
I wonder if this is one of those moments. Double clatter on the board, and they are. It is one of those moments. 2 shots on net, both hitting the crossbar. Now on the other side, Nixa through Archeon, getting back in front.
Well, that's unfortunate against the run of play. When you have an opportunity up at the other end and you don't take it, oftentimes you get punished. And, well, for WRG, that is the case. But they have 2 minutes to come back into this. And if this series is anything to go by, nothing is off the cards. As Archeon gets an awkward touch here. Snoozy back into the path of Archeon. And that would have been a delectable goal. But unfortunately, good save from WRG. And Nixa will have to reset again. It gets a little bit dicey here. Scepter with a good follow. Lackstar makes it 3 for WRG, and it's all level.
That touch from Casper though, and the ball hitting the curve of the ceiling, so it came right down in front of the net, making it incredibly awkward for Nixa. They are punished. 3-all.
Well, I couldn't have predicted this. We knew it was going to be a close series.
Oh, look at this run off the kickoff. Casper again reading the play. And he knew very quickly that things had gone wrong off the kickoff. Getting back, Mr. Lowe will be a bit frustrated. Great opportunity to go in front with an easy goal. Doesn't happen, and we are locked at 3-all with 90 seconds remaining.
Well, as I was saying earlier, to extend on my point, it's not something we predicted a close series, but I didn't think we predicted it would be this close in an individual game. 3-all with just over a minute left on the clock. Scepter now. Wee Casper goes up. And a good read by Archeon there, pivotal, and they take it up the other end. It's low, getting off the crossbar, and WRG have let this one slip. The pendulum swings again, and somehow Nixa are up 4-3.
Yeah, I think Lackstar misread it. Initially, he was going to go up on the backboard, and then realized he might be better positioned to take it off the backboard. But it hit the crossbar so awkwardly, straight down. And you know, Triple M, you get goals that you instantly clip, and that make highlight reels, and then you get those goals, which you will never see again. But it counts the same as the double flip reset musty. Nixa, for the third time, go in front.
Yeah, well, it's a big one, but it's not over yet. 50 seconds, just under, just left to play in this game. It's in the middle of the park here. I feel like Nixa have to be really careful about how they navigate the tension here towards the end as another shot comes in for WRG. And Nixa forced to make another save. Lots of demos of physicality coming in. We haven't seen this too much early on in the series. We're seeing it now as things get a little bit more serious. The tension is so palpable, you can almost cut it.
All right, Mr. Lowe has to get it clear. He hasn't cleared it well, but Archeon does very well. There's a briefest moment, an open net, and might still be there. Snoozy's up. Pops it down in front, but Casper, we're into the last 10 seconds. They've got to make something happen here to take us to overtime. Last 5 seconds. Nixa desperately trying to defend. Archeon does fantastically to control it. Last effort, it's high. Scepter will want to keep it up. Lackstar does. Can't keep it going. Nixa will take game 4, and we both called it Triple M. We are headed to game 5.
Well, this certainly makes things very interesting. Snoozy with the big performance, hat-trick, and Mr. Lowe with the double assist there. Archeon also 2 goal contributions, 2 shots, and an overall very clean performance. So for Nixa, we're now seeing a team game and a solid performance, not just in terms of the scoreline. Yes, it's a bit dicey because it was 3-3 at some point, but they've done well to maintain periods of pressure and then clutch up in the big moments. And you talk about it a lot, fine margins, that's what it comes down to. Nixa showing that they have the steel to really deal with WRG here, but it's level. So we have one more game to play, and I wouldn't count WRG out.
Most certainly not. So you've said they've got the steel to come back, but do they have the skill?
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. That was a top-tier dad joke, if I've ever heard one.
Good. It was very good. Joke of the day right there. I'll take it.
1,000 points for creativity. But look, going into this next game, it's a big one. It's as big as we're going to get today. And with one more series going, I don't know if it'll be able to top this. We're going to Champions Field to settle it between 2 teams that really have been close. So it's not just about the VS Gaming Championship semi-final here. It's also about bragging rights. It's also about getting an edge in the head-to-head between these 2 teams, which we just haven't seen in the past. It's always been even. As we kick off game number 5 here, and start as usual. Ends up in the orange half here. WRG doing well to win the kickoff, but can they get that early lead is the question. We'll have to find out. A good pass into the middle there. Ooh, trouble here. Casper's back though, so it won't matter too much. WRG do well to navigate the opening 20 seconds. Force a save there out of Mr. Lowe. Good start, I would say.
Well, you always expect game 5 to be a bang. But in truth, it's often a little bit tentative. Oh, because so much is on the line in the game 5 with the decider. Neither wants to make a mistake. So you often see that a little bit more passive, a little bit more tentative, which can often result in being punished, in making mistakes. But so far, the pace seems pretty frenetic, and it is WRG. When they have won, when they've done well, they have come out swinging. They have come out with aggression and forcing the ball, keeping it in the Nixa half. And we see them doing this in the opening minutes.
Almost getting the double touch there.
Oh, there it is.
Oh! Weak Casper gets the follow, and luckily for WRG, that one goes in. I almost thought they messed that one up. So a 1-goal lead on Champions Field. And it's not the prettiest goal, but it's effective. A goal is a goal.
They did make it a little bit harder for themselves. They did. Scepter should have probably put his away. But you know what? They were positioned enough. They were aggressive enough to make sure that they picked up the loose ball. That Casper was there to slot in the loose ball there. So they do. And they've been rewarded with the opening goal. They're looking for a second, yeah, but there has been a save on the line just outside the net to get it away. So Nixa once more, and it's worth mentioning here that Nixa have never come from behind. They've never leveled up after they've gone from behind in this series. So they're in a tough spot. They're going to have to do something here they haven't done in the 4 games they've played previous to this, which is to overcome a deficit and then look to take a lead.
Well, it's not looking good. Lackstar with the second goal, and I almost was speechless there because though it's a good attempt to get it out, but unfortunately it goes straight into the path of Scepter, and Lackstar in the right place at the right time. I mean, it was going in anyways, but it's always good to make sure, isn't it? So, 2 goals on Champions Field. A lot of Rocket League to play for WRG. For Nixa, they need to come back and they're staring down the barrel of a potential early exit here against the Guess prediction. Although Snoozy here looking to get this one back. Good defense there from WRG. Again, they've just been so solid this game. It's almost hard to recall Nixa getting close to the other side of the net because it's been all WRG.
Oh, well, here they are trying to make something happen. Archeon looking for a pass, but a demo brings pay to that attacking, that offensive play. And now they're back on defense. They can't afford to concede. Yeah, that's high and loose. And Scepter looking to get an angle for a shot. Mr. Low now chasing it down the field. Got 1 to beat, 2. There's been a double commit. This is surely an excellent opportunity. Archeon can't get it down for either a pass or a shot. But they are still in the attack. It's down and in front. No one there to back it up. And the play breaks down.
Well, it's Low now looking to revive that play as he plays this one towards the back. Archeon now looking to get a touch off the ceiling. That was very awkward for him. So you can't fault him for missing that one. And now it's Lackstar again. What a performance he's having, by the way. Casper. And now it's Scepter. Ooh, not able to get there, but Casper does well to get the follow-up. And WRG doing so well to get those second, third shots right off the rebounds. The opposition off. Ooh, almost in a precarious situation there, but luckily they live to fight another day. And for Nixa, it's looking a bit sticky now. 1:50 to go. Almost! It's
Surely.
Low, and yes, finally they get it and pull one back.
What a vital time to score because they have struggled. We saw this in game 2. We saw it in game 3. Once they went behind, they just couldn't find their way back in. They went through 2 games without scoring. So critical for them to find a way to score here and leaving themselves plenty of time to level it up. It's not like they've scored in the last 12 seconds. So maybe that can settle them, get them back into it. But this is still tough times for Nixa. Still advantage to WRG.
Archeon plays it. He's got 2 options on his left.
Oh!
It was a great pass, a great move, but not a great finish. And unfortunately, Nixa will have to recompose themselves and continue to put their foot on the pedal. Low does well. Snoozy with the shot. Good save by Lackstar. And Snoozy now asked to do it again all over from the beginning. It's just a tough one here for Nixa. They can't quite crack the combination to equalize that scoreline.
All right, well, they've got a minute to do it, so we're far away from panicking here. They just got to keep their heads about them and just take it out in a controlled way. They don't need to be throwing the ball away, going for those desperate clears. They've got time to make a play, build up, but they at the same time can't concede. They don't here, but they are still under pressure. Snoozy gets it halfway down. Scepter intercepts and brings it right back into the Nixa corner, and this is their big struggle. They can't get it out. They can build up an attack. They can find a way to shoot. If they can get it out of their own corner, they do finally. There might be an open net here. Archeon over 1. Oh, looks for the open net, but Casper finds his way back and gets the clear.
Squeaky bum time for WRG, and they've done well to this point, but 20 seconds to go.
I'm calling it overtime. Game 5 overtime. Surely,
Well,
surely it has to
seconds.
happen.
15 seconds. Lackstar doing well to keep the pressure up. Does well, really eating away time on the clock here. Casper with a shot, and surely that's it. Casper puts a dagger in the heart of Nixa, and barring a miracle, it looks like we were both wrong. WRG, the champions, defending their title for now.
In our defense, we called the game score at least.
Yeah.
But it is the slightly less favored WRG, given the history of the season we've had in Rocket League throughout the season. You'd expect Nixa to have come out on top, but it is White Rabbit Gaming. They make their way through the quarterfinals, and they will go through till tomorrow. Nixa's run in the VS Gaming Championships will come to an end.
700 points Casper registered in that game. 2 goals, 5 saves, 6 shots, and overall, just a very tidy performance, clutching up when it matters most. And let's not forget the contributions of Laxstar and Scepter. When a player like Kino leaves, he leaves a big hole behind. That's a big pair of shoes to fill, and I think Laxstar and Scepter should be proud of the way they've conducted themselves. They really were at the epicenter of everything good for WRG and clutching up that series. But Nixa, oh, that's a tough one to swallow after doing all the work to get back into it.
It is, especially considering, I mean, we touched on the roster shenanigans for WRG. Scepter coming in as a sub, Friction not there, Laxstar in as the new player replacing Kino, all of that, and to come out on top of Nixa was excellently played. But another outstanding series of Rocket League. We've had 2 fantastic series. So, our semi-finalists for tomorrow, so far, XD Gaming, who go through by way of a bye, a forfeit from Red Crown, who couldn't make it. And then, of course, Unity Esports prevailing in their series earlier today. And then now WRG going through to tomorrow. One more quarterfinal to have for today. And then our semis are locked in for tomorrow. And we're going to bring you all of that action in about 30 minutes' time. But so keep the stream running on a tab. We will be back in due course. Peace! VS Gaming Championship weekend for Rocket League. We've had, well, technically 3, but in truth, 2 of the quarterfinals. One more to go today to determine our final our last semi-finalist for tomorrow. I'm Greybeard. Alongside me is Triple M. Our final match for the day, Bird versus Team Fusion Triple M. And I don't know, Bird have had some RLCS experience. They've kind of been thereabouts, top 12, top 16. Fusion should have been a consistent top 18. They've had their struggles, but quite possibly a very tight, very close matchup.
Yeah, and Fusion are a bit of a fan favorite, obviously, because everybody loves that type of story, the way they first onto the scene, and you say, initially getting those 2 top 8 features, and trading off and not showing the consistency as far as RLCS is concerned. But in the VS Gaming Championship, they're here, they've made it this far. It's not going to be an easy game for them, but I think there is a lot of encouraging signs with this roster. They've had a few changes here and there. Paygo coming in, a player who has found it difficult to find a permanent home, but is showing flashes of mechanical brilliance, and we know what he's capable of when he's on it. The question is, will he be on it today? We'll just have to wait and see. But I'm excited for the series.
I think there are some great players here. Paygo, a veteran of the scene, been around in Rocket League in this country, this region for years and years. Teacher, coming out of the Unity squad. He was a high school champion and into Unity, and now moving over to Team Fusion. And of course, Defunct being a regular feature in RLCS since our inclusion over the last 2 seasons. So a very strong team. But Zeph, Josho, Gold Ninja making up the Bird team. And they were fish before, so they've gone from the waters to the skies. Josho, Gold Ninja, Zeph, they are, underestimate them at your peril. I do think Fusion here are our favorites, but let's not forget what happened to our favorites in the last series.
Yep.
But honestly, Bird have the potential for an upset here, and I don't even think it's an outside chance. It's a realistic chance that they can cause the upset.
Absolutely, and one of the biggest factors in that is that as a roster they've been together for quite some time. So obviously that is a huge bonus, because oftentimes in esports, not just Rocket League, we see teams get sort of reshuffled around season from season, and we never really see that consistency. So the one thing this Bird roster does have in their favor is they have a good idea of how they want to play. Yes, the results haven't been as inspiring, they haven't quite hit the heights that they would have liked themselves. But you know what? Sometimes it happens, and I think we've got to learn from those experiences. So today's an opportunity for them to prove themselves and really bounce back. And as you say, underestimate them at your own peril, because they are a very difficult team for Fusion to get through here, I would say. And just the last thing I will say on this game is I will be shocked if it doesn't go the distance.
All right, well, that's okay. So you're calling it the distance. You're calling it a 3-2.
Yep.
All right, and then, but who takes the all-important 3?
That's a tough one, and I don't really have much time to think about it, so I'm going to go with Fusion. Out of respect to Fusion, because of what they've accomplished this season, and just the versatility in that roster. Obviously, we've spoken at length about Paygo, but Teacher and Defunct, they've been together for a while as well. And what I like about Teacher is he's demonstrated an ability that a lot of players don't have. He's played at 2 different levels simultaneously and consistently shown the ability in his gameplay. That's not an easy thing to do, because usually when you drop down, you pick up bad habits from the lower levels. So to come back into RLCS almost as if you haven't been playing for your school, it's a pretty impressive thing to do. And that versatility, but also that consistency is really important. And then I don't need to say anything about Defunct, solid player, been around for a while. So yeah, Fusion have a lot going for them. And again, on the side of Bird, there just hasn't been enough evidence in the recent past for me to quite back them. But again, it's going to be a close game, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do upset.
All right, well, enough said. Let's go, Commandos. It's howling time. It's game time. Team Fusion versus Team Bird, and they're off.
Oh, it's a good start here from Team Fusion. Trying to get an early kickoff goal. It's not good to be though. Good forward by Gold Ninja. All the position here for your Paygo. He does well to get that one out. And now, middle of the park here is Teacher looking to find something else as well. Delightful move with the flick, and makes it 1-0 for Fusion.
That was sensational. Lovely work from Teacher here. And it was all about his control. He took the ball over one, but catching it on the ground and completely undoing the defender there. Deserved first goal. Team Fusion up in front by 1. Bird now looking for a response. And they might have an early opportunity. Josho! Oh, almost sneaks it under the crossbar. They're going to have another bite at it. Gold Ninja puts it wide, but the pressure is building. If they can keep it here. The pass into the middle toward the open net. There's been a double commit by Fusion. They get away with it. They do get the clear, but the pressure maintains.
Pressure is building. Fusion have dealt with it quite well, but have they dealt with it well enough here? Zeph looks to get the double touch into the path of Josho, off the backboard, and Gold Ninja circling his prey like a vulture. Not able to get away with the goal there, unfortunately. The pressure here, though, from Bird, really good. After conceding at the other end, they've demonstrated a strong mentality. They just need to hit the target a little bit more. Pepper that orange goal as they almost get one there. Unfortunately, I don't think that second touch from Gold Ninja was expected by his teammates and it's thrown him off a little. It would have been a good goal though.
Well, what's starting to worry me now for Bird is it feels like it's starting to be a game of almosts. You know, almost got the pass, almost got the shot, almost got the goal, and which is a good place to build from, but it's not a good place to win from. So it's just that final third. Oh, this is on target. Is it on target? I thought it was touched away, but hit the side post. Either way, it's another almost opportunity for Bird.
If buts and maybes are the key ways to describe this series so far. Oh, it's a good goal by Teacher. Almost out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting that run from him, but again, showing good awareness. Defense does the initial work, and it's a good pass into the middle. Teacher with a great follow. Hager with the assist, and a well-choreographed team goal in the end to make it 2.
Teacher being where he needs to be to get his team in front. Excellent work. He gets his second goal that time very much through a team play, which is fabulous to see. And all those almost from Bird coming back to bite them. If they had converted one of those, at least one of those almost, they'd be only a goal behind now. So now they have to rebuild, start from scratch, get themselves in front, but push through that final third.
2-goal lead, turning to 3. Team Fusion there looking for an opportunity. The other end, good stop from Bird. They now have to defend. They've done so well. Gold Ninja, Zeph giving chase. Waits on the backboard, the back post position there. But unfortunately, the opportunity just doesn't come. Gold Ninja again playing a piercing ball into the middle. The front now carries it across. Yapego just waiting patiently as a peripheral figure in this attack. Teacher now goes to the heavens, almost gets a touch and almost gets the goal, but a good stop. And Bird looking to conjure up a counter-attack here, and it's a good stop by Japan. So
the best thing they've got going for them right now is time. They do have the time, but A, I don't think they can afford to concede again. B, they've got to make something happen. Zeph now looking for the backboard. It kind of happens, but it falls into no man's land. No one's there, and a defender for Fusion getting there first and able to clear it out. And now they can look to build something. Yopego looking for the read out of the corner. It's high and loose in front of their net. There's not going to be a shot on, but it is going to be awkward. It's going to force some boost usage by Bird. Oh, the shot on. Oh, but the rebound. Yopego's there, and he will get it in. A 3-goal lead for Team Fusion. And I think they might have just gotten the lock here on game 1.
And I might be wrong, but it looked like he was the last man back there. So risking it all for that shot, and in the end, he was proven right to triple their lead. And for Bird, they are now staring at the barrel of their early defeat. 90 seconds to turn this tail around. But for Team Fusion, it's a great start as Gold Ninja now looks to control. Great boost management, great control there. Put it into the middle of the park. Josho now, he's got up on his right, goes for the shot instead, and unfortunately, that one is another chance going back.
That's another almost, isn't it? There we go, another shot, and hits the post. It's almost there. Finally, Zeph finds his way in, and they've still got time. 1 minute, 9 seconds to go. They get their first goal, and if that can open the floodgates, if that can settle them, if that can build their confidence, they can find 2 more goals, push us into an overtime, but that's a critical opener for Bird.
Well, 1 minute, 9 seconds to go, and that one has thrown a spanner in the works. Yapego now clears, looks to give chase. Zeph tries to come across. This one's in the air, debunked on goal, good save! Brilliant save by Zef, and a big moment for his team. They still got the 2-goal deficit though, so they need to get up the other end quickly.
Oh dear.
Gold Ninjas missed that one, he debunked, gets all of it, so that one should really remove all the doubts about how this one is going to end.
It kind of feels like the door opened a crack. We saw a shaft of light coming through, and there's an opener, but now you feel like it's been kicked shut again. There's no light coming through the crack in the door. It's hard work for Bird. So I think they've got to use the rest of this game, get themselves settled, get themselves into their groove, maybe start trusting each other, get what they need to do, get right. Get rid of game 1, go next, game 2, bring it back. And we've seen that throughout, nearly the 5th from Fusion, the last second save, and we've seen this throughout today. The games where a team goes down, they're able to reset and bring it back and make it close in the next game. But this is certainly, without a doubt, been today's biggest opening win.
Absolutely, Gold Ninja now carrying it across for what will most surely be the final attack. Josho over one, onto the backboard, but nobody's there to follow. Zef taking his time, gets bumped out of the way, and that will ensure that it is a 3-goal lead to give Fusion game number 1 here. So far, Fusion getting off to a good start.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like Bird not living up to what we said about them at the start. It should have been a lot closer. Bird are without a doubt a much better team than this. I've seen these players, how they've played together. I've seen their runs in RLCS. Yes, they've got a lot to work out. They're better than this, so I fully expect them to settle and come out and do a better job in the next round here. But in the meantime, it is Team Fusion, an accomplished performance. As we look over the stats there, 8-10 shots. Although, having said that, Bird, just looking over that, 11 shots for that one single goal. That's not a great conversion rate, so they definitely want to work on that and improve their record there if they are indeed to catch up to Fusion.
Yeah, lots of good last-ditch saves coming out from Fusion there, so at least by the numbers, there was a lot of shots on target, so that's a positive. But like you say, not converting and almost are not good enough. That's the key word to describe it for Bird there. They just couldn't quite get over the line, and those moments really have cost them in a big way. Now, the scoreline is 4-1. I don't think that's truly reflective of how dominant Fusion were. I think that was a close game. It's just the difference is Fusion took their opportunities, and Bird didn't, quite simply. Yeah, there you go, brilliant analysis as we go into game number 2 here, and it's going to be interesting to see how Bird are able to respond here.
Well, what I want to see from Bird is doing what WRG did in the last series. They were comprehensively beaten in the first game, but they came out swinging in that second game very early and did a magnificent job of it. And they want to do something similar here. But having said that, the opening 15 seconds, they find themselves on the defensive. They've got to break out, get over to the Fusion side. Spend a little bit of time there, open a shop, start a business, and get activity going on there.
Well, Ninja with the ball into the middle, nobody's able to catch him. Aiko does well to recover, but not well enough. Zef now with the ball into the middle. It's Gold Ninja forced to put that one in the corner. Just looks like Fusion might have survived the opening 60 seconds here. They continue to get it over. They finally get it into the new half. Although, as I say that, it immediately goes back. And now, there's a bit of trouble going on here. They go giving chase. It's a ball into the corner. Fortunately for TJ, not able to get it. He gets the boost though, which is good. And not able to finish off that move. So, Gold Ninja to Josho. Josho's got options on his left and his right. He decides to go all the way to the backboard. And unfortunately, doesn't end up being the right decision. Zef now has got to be careful here. Grabs the boost, has a bit of time, but he's got to be careful. There's a lot of orange cars circling there, but he does well in the end.
Well, the good news here for Bird is that they haven't conceded, and I think the longer it goes without them conceding, the more they'll sort of they'll grow into their role here. They might have an opportunity. Things are so awkward, but somehow Bird contrived to not get the ball across the line, and Teacher is given a little bit of time to clear it. Now Gold Ninja with the miss is going to get them in a bit of strife against their own net as the counter is on. But Gold Ninja, magnificent clear, but they got to follow it up here. They need some help. They need some backup. They need some players there. Josho, he said, we fakes. Let's call it a fake. Zef can't get the shot in.
Hagel with a great read as well, not to fall for that supposed fake. And Seth now, Gold Ninja comes across there. Actually, he might have got a touch on that. Defunct into the path of Teacher. Great teamwork between those two. Telepathy on full display. And that's a sign of an experienced duo right there.
All right, there's the briefest moment of an open net. No one can get around for a shot. Gold Ninja brings it down off the ceiling. But Yopego again will be patient. Wait, that's heading toward the open net. Bird concede. Team Fusion through the work of Yopego will take a lead.
There goes that individual play again. Phenomenal Yopego, although this one not as pretty as he would have liked, not as stylish. A goal's a goal though, in it. So Team Fusion take a lead, and well, for Bird, this is not looking good because remember, if Fusion win this game, they go on to match points, and the advantage is firmly in their favor. Teacher now lets that one go. Defunct is going to carry it forward. Zeph comes across to get an awkward touch. Teacher's Hagel this time into the middle. Teacher in a good position to deal with this one. Interesting as well though, to keep it in the orange half. The pressure coming in from Bird here, but we need more shots on goal.
Oh no.
Oh! Somehow that's not gone in.
They are so lucky. So lucky they get away with absolute murder there. 2 goals would have been tough. There's been a demo, there's been a shot, but importantly, there's also been a save. And Team Fusion hang on to their 1-goal lead. Ninja with the redirect, it's a good one, other than it was very soft. And now they're open net on the other side. They're in massive trouble. Teacher looking to get around it, but the bounce is unkind. The shot now off the backboard. Gold Ninja will finally get it clear.
Having a player like Teacher, again, in that specific instance is so helpful. Reading it off the ceiling and almost producing an assist, a possible assist, out of nothing. Of course, they didn't score the goal, so it won't be registered either way. But it's a good pass nevertheless, and Gold Ninja now looking to do the same. Does well enough to get it to the middle, into the path of Josho. Gold Ninja now will give chase, tries to get the boost instead. Seth now going forward, looking for the second touch. Gold Ninja follows. Josho with all to do here. Still a 1-goal deficit, but still, the more chances they miss, the more agonizing this becomes for Bird towards the end here.
Yeah, without question. I'm looking at the shot count there. They've had 5 shots. 5 shots without a goal. And that does, it eats at you. It plants seeds of doubt. And I think those seeds of doubt have grown into very healthy seedlings. If that goes in, we're done and dusted here. As long as it stays a 1-goal game, Bird are always in with a chance.
Well, good save by Gold Ninja. Can they get the follow-up? Oh my word! What a world-class display, but they need to go up the other end and back it up. And unfortunately, Fusion, again, getting that one into the middle of the park. Joshua into Gold Ninja. Unfortunately, can't read that touch. It's Teacher now, looking to waste a bit of time. Just let this one float in the air. Zeph, the path of Gold Ninja. Back to Zeph. He backs out. Joshua takes the shot. He can't get the bump. And unfortunately, the miracle comeback isn't meant to be. So, Team Fusion are firmly in the driving seat.
And what a frustrating game there for Bird. It's a 1-goal game, so they were always in it. The last game, game number 1, they were dominated. This game they weren't. They were there and thereabouts. They had a higher shot count than Team Fusion did, but just somehow could not find a way into the net. Incredibly frustrating. And we see what we haven't seen at all today, whereas a team's gone down 2. We haven't seen the sweep being threatened, but Bird currently under threat of a sweep.
Absolutely, and look, going home early is one thing, but going home early to a sweep can be demoralizing. So I fully expect them to at least respond, and if anything, at the very least get a consolation. At the very best, send us to a game 5 and pull off the eagerly anticipated and desperately wanted reverse sweep from everyone in the crowd here. So this next game, game number 3, is going to be big in the series.
Well, the equation quite simple now, isn't it? They have to score, they have to win the next 3 games. If they're going to advance to the semis, win the next game, win the game after that, and then win the game after that one. Yeah. Team Fusion, this is the point though where teams are likely to lose a game. Yeah. Team Fusion, they're cruising 2 games ahead. Maybe they take their eye off the ball, and if they do take their eye off the ball and Bird take advantage, maybe they find a way back into it. So where we stand is that it's Fusion's game to lose, and Bird's game to come and snatch back.
Good start here early on. Lots of chaos in front of the orange net. Double commit. hurt too much from Bird because it is in the opposition half. Teaser does well to get that one away.
Oh.
And we've got our first pause in a while.
It feels like it's been weeks since we had a pause. I'm
Yeah.
not entirely sure what's happening there and what's caused the pause. Referee, just our admin's rushing in to check what's going down and see if the issue can be solved as quickly as possible. But you know what? You don't want to be plagued by the technical issues. So the pause is absolutely necessary and worthwhile.
Well, the good news is it's still 0-0, so it shouldn't really affect the scoreboard either way. And it gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit more about what Bird need to change coming into this game. Because again, we can talk about the clinical edge on the opposition end, but defensively, I feel like they've just leaked a lot of goals in those big moments that have allowed Fusion to come back into this one. And I think if they just need to be better in terms of saving that ball, making those last-ditch saves, and just trying to hang on until the very end.
For me, the equation's quite simple. Bird need to take advantage of. They create opportunities. There's been no problem with that. They get over to the other side. They find a way through. They just got to fix scoring the goals. If they get themselves there, they're almost doing all the hard work. They just got to finish it up. And if they can do that, boom, they're going to be right back in the series.
Set is underway. Orange Nets is threatened early on here as Zef goes up. Soft shot and a good
We have
save.
We have a pause. Looks like it's on the Fusion side, not quite resolved. So we had a pause at 4:44. Now at 4:37. I'm not sure if we're going to just pick it up from here or if we. Oh, okay. All right, fine. So we're going to rehost the lobby. So I'll just need to exit out of here. In that case, I'm pretty sure we'll have a start there from the top. We'll have the entire 5 minutes rather than picking it up at that awkward time because we've had pretty much 16 seconds of no real Rocket League.
Well, it's effectively a timeout, isn't it, for Bird now? It's an opportunity for them to disrupt the momentum of the opposition team. You might say that this technical difficulties is a blessing in disguise for them because it gives them an opportunity to just take the momentum away from that opposition. And it's a really big part of Rocket League. We know how big of a part that plays in this game. Again, another very good start there from Bird, but not really finding the back of the net. Granted, it was only 14 seconds and the game's going to be restarted anyways. But you want to see them take a lead because it's not something they've been able to do. And then you want to just see them continue to put that pressure up at the other end and then also defend well at the back. And I think that is going to be the recipe for their success. As obvious as it sounds, it's not very easy to pull it off against a team of Fusion's quality.
Triple M, our job is to say the obvious. This is why they give us the big bucks, is to say the obvious things that everybody's thinking about.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, fine. So we're going to get in the lobby, but they are going to test the lobby, make sure everybody's technically in good shape before we just go straight back to a game. So there'll be a slight delay on that just to make sure that the players are technically happy with what's going on out there.
Yep. Well, the interesting thing is about this game, similar to what we spoke about on the other side of the brackets, the reward for winning this one is meeting the champions in the semi-final. So it's a bit of a bittersweet moment if you get through the series. I mean, if Bird pulled off the impossible here, they would have to do it all over again tomorrow. And same applies for Fusion. I mean, they should win this from this position. But tomorrow, that's a big ask for them.
But you know what we haven't touched on right now as it stands. Looks like Team Fusion are going to do the work, do the job, go through to the semis tomorrow. And they're going to come up against WRG, a WRG team who just beat Nixa, an under-strength WRG team who beat Nixa. But the secret weapon of Team Fusion that no one's really discussed is that tomorrow the Bro Army are going to be here. The Bros are going to be here in huge numbers. There aren't enough seats out there to host the passionate support that Team Fusion are going to have. And I think that might work for them. I mean, we saw some great support from WRG earlier. And that was pretty much Casper's dad and a few friends out there. Strong vocal support for them. But I don't know if they can match the army of Bros who will be here tomorrow and support the Team Fusion. And then on the other side, we have Unity and XD. How awesome would an upset there be? Unity make their way through XD, who are a solid, and the XD team currently includes Guns. Another one of, I include in the class of people like Snoozy. Snoozy, playing these young players who are prodigies in the game. Guns, if he commits to Rocket League, if he gives it some focus, he is a future superstar of that game. So a very strong team. Of course, Happy Meal and Cat, who are rock stars of the scene here.
Yeah.
But what a great upset it would be if Unity can somehow find their way through and go through to the finals.
I mean, we can only dream, can't we? We can only dream. As unlikely as that would be, it would be epic. But again, even if they were, they would still have to possibly go through WRG in the final. So it's a win or lose situation either way.
Well, listen, it's not supposed to be easy from this point, right?
Yeah.
Every game has to be difficult. That's pretty much the entire point.
Exactly. So it looks like we might finally get underway with business into a very important game here between these two teams.
All right, so just getting informed by the admins that we are going to pick up the game at 4:37. Okay. So the 23 seconds of the game that have been played, we won't see those again, so it won't be a reset from the start, but it will be a reset from kickoff at 4:37.
Good to know, good to know. Again, a good start from Bird in that opening 23 seconds, but doesn't reflect on the scoreboard, does it? So it's going to be interesting to see if they can just come out straight out of the gate, try to look for that early goal, unsettle Fusion, and take advantage of the stop-start that is happening in the middle of the series. And beyond that, again, you look at the last game, not a big individual performance from either Zeph, Gold Ninja, or Josho. You need, in these types of moments, yes, you want to play as a team, but sometimes when things aren't quite working out, you need that one player to just step up and have that individual moment of brilliance. And I feel like Bird need that if they're going to pull off a miracle, and then some in the next two games, because obviously they've got to go the distance from here. So, good enough is not the word. They need to be perfect from this point on.
So, has this break been disruptive to Bird, or are we okay with it?
I'm okay with it. I think it's been disruptive to Fusion, if I'm going to be honest. They're the team.
And they're the ones that had the technical problems, so they kind of almost, and they're 2 games up, so they might be a bit complacent.
Yep, absolutely. So looks like we're underway finally in a swing game, match point for Fusion, and a potential exit for Bird, previously known as Fish.
All right.
The evolution is working.
Well, Bird's got to do the job here. They've got to score first. Hold on to that lead while they look for a second. And it's as simple and as brutal as that. And here we are. They're building opportunities. Can they turn it into a goal? This has been their frustration. This is what they've struggled with all game. They're keeping it thereabouts. And oh my word, it gets pinched out all the way over to the Bird side. But here they come again. I do like this. A far more positive start here from Bird.
Yeah, absolutely. A demo for good measure there. Zeph looking to get this catch. This one's going towards the blue goal. It's looking a bit dicey here. There you go with the shot. Good block there. Now Team is going to have an awkward task of getting this one out. And he does well to read the situation. He knew there was a car on him. Just played that as cool as you like for a player of his experience. Now, Gold Ninja laying this one across. Still 0-0. Josho now. He's got options on his right. Hard to get the second touch there. I think that would have been enough to create a scoring opportunity. But to go back and defend now.
Well, again, I'm going to say exactly what I said last game, which is that the good news for Bird is they haven't conceded. But they also haven't scored. And their issue has been scoring. They didn't score in the last game. They lost by a single goal. They struggled to score. They did find a late goal in that opening game. But here they come. Josho trying to get round one. Kind of does get past Deeja, but Defunct is there to back him up. And now looking to pass into the middle. Looking for Yopego. Yopego can't get it on net, but he does keep the pressure on. Keeps it in there and thereabouts. And keeping it interesting for Team Fusion to build something of an attacking play. Find an opportunity for a shot on net. Zeph looking for the net, but too easy for Yopego to clear out.
Now it's into the path of Zeph. Great pass from Gold Ninja, great catch from Zeph. Tries to go for the pinch. Gold Ninja with some good improv on the front post to keep the pressure up for Bird.
Oh.
Gold Ninja with the splendid finish, but we've got to credit the pass. This was a delightful team goal.
It was a great goal for a number of reasons. Gold Ninja just kept himself, he was an irritation there. He didn't leave the goal line, kept it close to the ball, and then when it went out, the pass, and then the finish from Ninja was fantastic. And they do take the lead for the first time. Bird have a lead. Is this the start of their turnaround?
Can only dream. It's Defunct looking to put an end to that brief lead, but he's going to have to try and do it all over again here as Bird survived that early response. Team Fusion, they still have a lot of time in this game, and obviously the advantage in terms of the series lead, so this isn't the end of the world by any means. But again, we spoke about the impact of that timeout. Looks like our predictions are right so far, but there's a lot of Rocket League to play as Ricardo gets this forward. Defunct now looking to carry it. He's got Teacher on his left, and Golden comes out.
And I think the technical issue is one side of it. But what is it with teams that go 2-up when they're on championship points that there is absolutely a mental issue there where you just take your foot off the gas, you feel like you're in the groove, and complacency sets in, and you land up going behind, and as if to prove the point, Joshua here, we see your Pego not doing a great job of doing anything with that ball, putting it in front of Joshua, and there we go. Bird suddenly a 2-goal cushion when they have been struggling to score at any point in the series.
Yeah, and Gold Ninja had his lines covered there, so even if there was a save, I think he would have got the dunk anyways. Good follow from him. Now it's into the path of Bird. Teacher, pardon me, and he tries to get that one up for Team Fusion. Gold Ninja now again looking for a third. Josho gets the pitch, but it's the wrong way. Into the path of Zeph. Gold Ninja waiting patiently in the middle for an opportunity. Eventually he does drop to him, but can't get it towards the net. This is good pressure for Bird though, because they're eating away the clock, and a good shot. It's just agonizing close to going over the line, but it isn't meant to be. 2-goal lead. There it is. Well, finally
3-goal lead.
Yeah.
And you know what I love here? Every teammate of Bird have had a chance to score here. We've seen a goal from Gold Ninja. We saw a goal from Josho. And now we see a goal from Zeph, who's now everyone having a crack, getting themselves onto the scoreboard. And yeah, we're not going to have a sweep by all accounts unless Team Fusion have a blinder of a final minute. We are going to go to a game 4.
Well, hope so. It looks so. As Team Fusion look to get this one out. Defunct now to the path of Teacher with a good redirect. It's not on target, but it will cause trouble. Ego does well to keep it up here and continues to chase. So that's some good work off the ball and almost causing troubles for the Bird defense. It's now into the path of Josho. He's going to go all the way by himself, and it's a magnificent move to close out what has been a dominant game. 19 seconds and some change, a 4-0 lead for the Birds.
And it's been amazing to see Bird as a team leading. Being sometimes if you haven't gotten in front and you've spent your entire series chasing, you don't know how to deal with the lead. Suddenly you have a lead, you're a bit shocked and surprised. Should we defend? We don't want to go to. They've handled their lead fantastically. They've a large measure. They've kept control of the ball, possession of the ball, while looking for opportunities to score as Team Fusion started to push more. And just to put the exclamation mark on it, Zeph gets a second. Bird will have what in the end is a pretty dominating win. 5-0 to Bird.
Good pass from Joshua, good catch from Zeph. And you know what I like? Clean sheet. I know people don't talk about them a lot in Rocket League, but I like a good old-fashioned clean sheet because it demonstrates a better defensive performance from them, in addition to what they were able to do at the other end. And I think that's a big part of winning these games. You cannot leak at the back. So the total shots for them is 12 there for Bird, and evenly split amongst the team. So yes, Joshua getting 5 of them, but his teammates also chipping in. Zeph obviously getting the MVP award, 3 goal contributions, a save as well on top of the shots. Overall, great performance, not just from the individuals, but from the collective.
So we spoke about the team that goes 2 games in front. Yep. They've got the series in their hands. They get it. They relax a little. They get a bit lax. But we then often see if they lose that game, they then lock in game 5 or game 4 because they're like, hey guys, come on, surely we're not going to throw this. So that's what we're going to be looking at from Team Fusion, locking in and doing what they did in the first 2 games. So I'm going to be looking for them a very aggressive start right out from kickoff, and Bird need to be very aware of that. They're going to have to prepare for that and be ready for that and be ready to counter it.
Well, that's absolutely spot on, and there's nothing I can really add to that, but It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. We go to the Utopia Coliseum for game number 4. Again, the advantage is still firmly in the court of Team Fusion. They are still on match point. But for Bird, that mammoth total they needed to overcome, it's now looking a lot smaller. Still a difficult task, but it's a lot smaller nevertheless as we go into the next game here. And it's a good start again. Almost going in. Gold Ninja can't get the follow-up, but I like this from Bird. Winning the kickoff, being assertive, being aggressive, and unfortunately, the pause is going to disrupt yet another good start for them.
And it is, well, it's from Team Fusion again, so clearly all the technical issues on their side, and it didn't work out too well for them in the last game, so hopefully it's not a long one, and they can get on their bicycle soon, because it can be, well, it is disruptive. We saw it was disruptive in that last game.
Yep.
And, but Bird taking it in their stride last game, coming out on top. So they might be delighting at this. Like, great, have all the technical issues you can. We'll just do our thing. We're cruising here. We got no problems.
Yeah, and the sign of a team that's confident, it's not just them scoring a lot of goals, but it's the manner in which they're scoring. When they're threading passes almost effortlessly across the field, as if the other team doesn't exist, it is a big sign that they are in their element. And I think we saw that from Bird in the previous game. Whether or not we'll see that again after this technical issue has been resolved is a mystery to me. But I do think they should be proud of how they played in that game. Hopefully, for their sake and ours, if we get to a game 5, they continue that performance right till the end.
All right, well, we spoke about the equation for Bird. It's win the next game, win the next game, win the one after that. They've done one of those.
Yep.
So they just got to do it again. It's nice and easy. Score one more goal than your opposition. Take it to game 5 on Champions Field. Do the same there. Team Fusion, though, still have the advantage. They are still the favorites here, but now they've just got to close it out.
Yep. They do, indeed, and that's easier said than done from these winning positions. If they lose this game, you have to question what that will do to the mentality. In addition to the technical issues they've had to deal with, to now throw away a 2-0 lead in a series and bring it as close as a Game 5 on Champions Field. On your first day, mind you, this isn't really even the big challenge. The big challenge is tomorrow. It can put a bit of a spanner in the works. So Team Fusion, again, I still expect them to close this out, but Bird are definitely
There's always a but. There's always a but. And I think in this series there are plenty of buts.
Yeah.
After game 2, I was like, oh, I think Team Fusion closes out. But after seeing what happened in the last game, and it wasn't even a close game, a 5-0 win, that the mentality side of Rocket League, it is such a confidence game.
Yep.
And 5-0 damages your confidence. Even though if you're certain you can come back, there's, it kind of grinds at you, and you have to dispel that as early as possible in the game that follows.
Yeah, absolutely. So still waiting on any updates on the technical issue. It is unfortunate, but this is what we've got to deal with. And
hey, listen, technology is wonderful when it works. It just doesn't work all the time. So we deal with what we have to deal with. And when they're ready, we'll be ready, and we'll see.
Well, one player's back in the lobby. That's good news. And the other is back in the lobby now as well. So hopefully we do get things underway soon. So speaking of the player who just joined, Yapego, how impressed have you been with his performance? I think we've seen moments where he has shown the levels that we expect from him. And also, more importantly, obviously Boy leaving this roster pretty recently. I think him coming in, there was always a big question mark about how he'd integrate into the team. I think he's done well. And look, I don't want to jinx it, but maybe he's finally found the permanent home.
You know, Yapego's one of those players who's kind of interesting. He's always almost there. It's like, you know, he's been around a long time. He's had top 4 finishes. He's come close, then he's dropped off, and it's a little inconsistent.
I think that's the perfect word, but we are underway here in our next game, and the technical issues seemingly have been resolved, so we can finally get the Rocket League underway as Gold Ninja here looks for an opportunity. Off the backboard, Joshua with a great touch to really produce a shot out of almost nothing there, but it's not enough. Zephyr demo. Gold Ninja has to be careful here, does well to get this one out, carries it all the way into the middle. So Yapego with the interception, trying to keep up that early pressure, but again, Bird with the first real opportunity.
For me, it's quite simple here. I think the team that scores first is going to be the team that wins. It's kind of been the flow of the series, and just given how it's gone, and we saw how well Bird play when they're in front, but we've also seen how they play when they're behind. It's a struggle. So I think Team Fusion, if they go ahead, they know how to stay ahead, and Bird are going to struggle. However, if Bird score first, we saw what they did last game. They just kept extending that lead and never looked threatened from that point.
Absolutely. So 3 minutes, 44 seconds and counting to go on Rocket League here. Bird looking to pull off the upset as it goes towards the orange net. Teacher throws that one calmly across to his own part here as he looks to start the counter-attack. The front now. Decides to back away, so Joshua will have all the time in the world to deal with this one. Good pass again. I like that from Bird, stringing passes together to try to start these attacks. It's really, really encouraging to see. And it's almost eye-candy. That's my personal favorite brand of Rocket League. Yes, the individual mechanics are great, but I love seeing good passing pace.
And that almost worked out for them. The pass down, there's an open net now, but it's a 1v1. Teacher up against Zeph, long distance flick. Zeph gets up to it and will push it to his corner. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but Gold Ninja is going to pick up the throw into the middle by Joshua, and he looks to follow it here off the backboard. Joshua's up, heading it toward the net, looking for the double. He finds the double, it's not on target. Gold Ninja can't find the loose ball, and Fusion will be able to carry it out.
And it remains gridlocked. Goalless from either side. As Joshua gets it into Gold Ninja, and that is a beautiful goal. Gold Ninja again anticipating the pass, just temporary speed there, waiting for the pass to come through, and then just the right moment executing it and putting it on the side of the goal where Defunct wasn't as well. Lots of skill demonstrated in a short space of time there to put them in the lead.
A 116 kilometer an hour banger. And that has stood them in good stead. I said the team that scores first is going to be, I think, is going to take them. So as it stands now, I think we get to see a game 5. I think Bird take it. But Team Fusion, it's all up to them here. Are they going to squander a 2-game advantage and force it into game 5? Because then it's a massive pressure situation.
Absolutely. Joshua now with the demo. So there isn't a runner besides Teacher for Fusion. Very pivotal, those moments in the middle of the park. Joshua, to get the reset, does well to flick it over, but unfortunately it's not towards the net, and both of his teammates were going the opposite way to where that ball was going, so unfortunate not to get play there.
They're looking a bit fragile. Team Fusion at the back, they're defending, they're keeping it out, but it's not looking very assured. It's looking a bit panicky, a bit scrambly, and they're keeping it out of the net, but not getting it over the halfway line. It's staying in their half, and the longer that goes on, the longer the boost runs out, the more panicky you get, the more irritated, frustrated you get, and we see that build up right now. They've got to figure out a way to take it out calmly. The net's open, down off the crossbar and out. Oh, Team Fusion had gotten incredibly lucky there, and they may have an opportunity now on the other side. Yopego trying to get a 50 in the air. Teacher bangs it forward, but to no one in particular, and it can be cleared back.
Well, that is a lucky lead if I've ever seen it, but they've got to capitalize on that luck and go up the other end. Team Fusion. Yopego now again with the piercing ball across. Good stop by Gold Ninja. An opportunity goes beckoning. And at both ends, we've seen an open net get squandered in quick succession here. And almost, it's going to be it.
Oh, what?
Oh, is that not in?
Okay, that was a shot. It was an almost own goal. It was an incredible save. It was vastly lucky. Everything happened there. Somehow Team Fusion survived, and finally Teacher finds a way. 35 seconds from time, we get leveled up, maybe in overtime. But you're feeling right now that Fusion are desperately lucky not to be 2 goals behind.
No, absolutely. And look, at the end of the day, they've capitalized on that lap. So, they've got to take those chances. But it's not over yet. This, best case scenario, they score. But ideally, they might want to take this to overtime if that's not an option. Gold Ninja off the backboard, actually good stop from the middle. I thought he was going to get that lead. But it's a good piece of defensive work from Team Fusion. It's not over yet, though. They've got to weather the storm. 17 seconds to go. And this is a big moment here.
Oh, Zed finds the net. What a touch. And Bird, 11 seconds from time, back in front.
It's a good touch from Zed. A good read. Oh, he's back towards the goal. To not only make contact, but redirect that into the only part of the goal where nobody was there. It's just sublime.
All right. Oh, Yopega's done very well with the kickoff. Is there someone to take advantage of this? There's an open net. Wow, to be fair, there was a defender there. They keep it out. The clock has run down. Team Fusion, can they keep it up? This is going to bounce. It is indeed, and suddenly out of the blue, almost not out of the blue, but certainly unexpected after 2 games to find ourselves going to Champions Field. Bird are right back in it.
Yeah, and against the prediction again, look, Team Fusion could still win this, but I don't think we thought it was going to go to a game 5. We were hoping for it, but at least on my part, I didn't expect this to make it this far. So Bird really have defied expectation here, and they've demonstrated a lot of character to come back. Joshua with a big performance there, 6 shots alone. And even though he didn't get a goal for those shots, he did get the assist, which is key. Gold Ninja, again, with a brilliant goal. And in that moment, I think that's where the pendulum kind of swings towards Bird's side. And even though Team Fusion were able to claw it back, as we mentioned, they were very lucky to still be in that game towards the end because Bird had a lot of opportunities to close that out.
Team Fusion in front after game 1, in front after game 2, all the momentum, everything going for them. Even after game 3, losing that, it's still Team Fusion. Suddenly, with Bird winning game 4, getting us into game 5, all that transfer of pressure, all the pressure that that Bird were feeling going into that 3rd game is transferred over to Team Fusion. Having said that, though, when you're 2 games down, you're kind of thinking, oh, guys, we're out of it. You know, we've got nothing to lose here. Now that's inverted. Now you're going, ooh, I think we can reverse sweep here. Then you put weird pressure on yourself and you struggle.
Well, is there any place more fitting to close off what has been a very entertaining series other than Champions Field? It is the big one, an opportunity for Fusion to rectify their mistake. But for Bird, a chance at redemption, a chance to defy expectation. A good start again. This time, Defunct tries to clear, but Gold Ninja does well to come across and keep it in the orange half. Again, when he can kick off early on, Bird, I want to say, even though they got close to Fusion to scoring there, Bird had the first opportunity.
All right, well, I think I'm going to go with what I said. It's nice and easy. Whoever scores first is going to take it. And it is Team Fusion with early pressure here. Can they make it count? We saw Bird struggle. Lots of opportunities without scoring. Game 1, Game 2. And now Team Fusion with the opportunities. No goal in their opening 45, but plenty time for them here. Teacher tries to control it. He makes a mistake. He allows Joshua in, and Joshua makes no mistake.
And again, Gold Ninja with the redirect towards the net. Teacher tried to improvise and get a good touch away, but unfortunately, he didn't have the forward momentum to push that one away. And unfortunately, there's a runner there. For Team Fusion, they're staring down the barrel of an unexpected defeat here. Defunct, though, looking for a quick response. Hager waiting patiently. He's going to have to leave that one to his teammate. Teacher does well to put it in the middle. This is looking precarious. Good save by Defunct. And Fusion live to fight another day, but Gold Ninja forces a good save on a Teacher again, and somehow the lead is only 1-0.
Man, oh man, that Team Fusion net is being hammered, pounded. It's up, it's high, it's wide, it's on target, it's being saved. But somehow they keep it out. Gold Ninja, though, is that on target? It is! The first shot hits the post, and now Gold Ninja with the follow. 2 goals in front, 3:35. Bird suddenly the favorite to take down the series.
Gold Ninja, that man again with another goal involvement. He really is turning up for Bird in a big way here at the VS Gaming Championship. And now 14 Fusion. Things are starting to get a bit sticky. I mean, they've been sticky for a while, but this is as sticky as it's going to get on Champions Field. 2-0 down. Do you have what it takes to come back? It's a good interception there, but Gold Ninja retains possession. Now into the orange half again. This has been a theme of the last 2 games, and it continues in this final game on Champions Field, where Bird have been very good at putting the pressure on. They did it the first couple of games, they just couldn't convert. Now they're converting, and in addition to that, they're stopping the counter-attack opportunities at the other end. So it's good to see that tidiness on both ends of the pitch from them.
And now the defense, they're locking it down. Team Fusion coming forward in numbers. And Bird, they're positioning themselves perfectly to be in front of those shots, not allowing the rebounds to come in. Gold Ninja now with a chance. It is saved away. Teacher will push it to the corner. Half the game gone. Team Fusion, from looking golden at 2 games up, are now 2 goals down in the decider. Teacher does get one back, though. We are not done. It's a 1-goal game, pretty much at the halfway mark.
Teacher with the such good awareness, but Pego does all the groundwork to make sure that that ball ends up in the middle for somebody to just come and tap it into the back of the net, and that's what you want. So, we have a game on our hands now. It's just the one goal in it. It's Teacher with the touch, the front. Gonna get a touch, good pump! And just like that, the lead is evaporating. And suddenly, the story changes. The narrative has become a lot more interesting than we might have expected.
I love a good demo play, a good bump play. And they don't get better than that. Teacher setting up the play and going forward, getting rid of that last defender, allowing Defunct to put it in. And maybe now a third from coming from behind, maybe a lead now. Josho that is very calm and very calmly gets something of a clear, although Defunct puts it high up. Zeph will look for the clear. And suddenly, and I love the swings of Rocket League. Team Fusion looked like they were in lockdown. And then Bird in this final game looked like they had it on lock. And now they're suddenly under pressure. The swings, the roundabouts, this is anyone's game.
Well, it's looking a bit tricky here for Team Fusion. Pego with an awkward touch. Josho almost getting a very dangerous touch. Zeph now puts it into the middle. Gold Ninja hesitating, or perhaps biding his time, not being too desperate. I like that. Josho now looks for the pass. Gold Ninja! Wow. And it's another team play from Bird. Another good pass from out wide, and another goal. And Team Fusion forced to make a response again.
Man, oh man, there are a couple of mistakes there. First, Defunct losing the 50, Pego missing out on the challenge, leaving Teacher alone in the net, and there was little he could do there. And Bird have a lead, maybe they have a second goal. What a save! Defunct gets the clear, can he transition? They will want to get quickly over to the other side. Pego can't get there, he loses out, but it is forward. It's a bit of a high and loose midfield game at the moment, and you can feel the desperation from Team Fusion. They're frustrated at what's just happened. They want to get themselves back on even terms ASAP.
Well, 3-2 on Champions Field with 70 seconds and counting to go. This is a big moment for Team Fusion. Defunct to the path of Teacher, could stop there. I believe that was Josho. Brilliant read off the scene. Defunct looking for the pass, and it's not in the right place. But Pego produces and narrowly does. And unfortunately, his own teammate gets in the way of what would have been a remarkable equalizer. But they've got 44 seconds to try desperately conjure up another chance here. Pego again, looking for the flick. We've seen him do this time and time again. Defunct off the side ball, looking for the next touch, into the middle. Pego with the shot, and it's an equalizer with 30 seconds to go. It's 3-0 on Champions Field.
And we may just get what we deserved in the last series, which is a Champions Field overtime. And we spoke in that last series about teams sometimes getting a bit timid in that last game because it is so tense. You don't want to make a mistake. This has been anything but. 28 seconds to go. This is a nervous time for Team Fusion because they've conceded quickly. They got themselves back in and they've conceded quite quick. They've avoided the kickoff goal. 18 seconds to go. 15 seconds to go. It is Bird with an attack moving forward. This is it. If any team scores here, it is done, dusted, and all over. Or we're going to overtime, which by its very definition is golden goal time. 3 seconds to go. Last effort will be by Team Fusion. It's high and loose in front. Can someone get in front of it? No, it bounces. We are in overtime.
We've had a long journey to get here. 3 separate phases into a top 8 qualifier, and it all comes down to this. Gold Ninja looks for the clear, doesn't get it. Pego with the shot, off the backboard, and Gold Ninja puts that one to his own corner. Zeph gets pushed away from that one, and suddenly we see the physicality here from both teams. It's going up the other end. This is looking dicey, and a great stop by Teacher. Great control as well to get the follow-up touch, and a cool head in a very high-pressure situation here.
But it was the only bit of cool-headedness because right now it's frenetic. The demo! Defunct 33 seconds in will get the winner. What an outstanding series of Rocket League we've had. Not only did it go the distance, it went to overtime. Team Fusion did their best to throw it, but then somehow clutches it back 33 seconds into overtime. What a great series. Unlucky for Bird. Just outstanding Rocket League all round.
It's a delectable medley of Rocket League splendor. We had drama, we had upsets, we had a glimmer of Bird pulling off the impossible. But in the end, Team Fusion proving the predictions to be right. Even though they made it difficult for themselves, they've done well to win this game. And look, this is the perfect way to end off the day.
Listen, and I feel desperately, it's tough for Bird because they were done dusted, they were out of it. They won the 2 games on the trot, forcing the game 5. 2 goals in front. I thought they had it locked down, and they did not look under threat. And then they conceded, and then they go ahead again. It was their game to win. It was so close. But in the end, Team Fusion digging deep to find the win. They will go through tomorrow. And thank goodness for the army of Bro fans who will be here tomorrow. They were nearly here for nobody, but they will be here to support their team. And that does, Triple M, bring us to the end of the day. We've had an excellent day. 3 quarterfinals. We had a forfeit in the first round. But our semi-finals tomorrow will be XD versus Unity Gaming and Team Fusion against WRG. All to play for tomorrow. All games tomorrow are best of 7. So we have the 2 semi-finals. Then we have the high school final. Then we'll have the 3rd, 4th playoff for the VS Champs. And then the grand final. All best of 7s. A long day of Rocket League tomorrow. But until then, that'll be all from myself, Greybeard, and...
Triple M.
Well done, Triple M.
That was a bit delayed.